Hello. How's everyone doing? Welcome in. It's Thursday, my dudes. How's everyone feeling? Coming towards the end of the week. We've got one day to go. Yo. Also, yeah.
I'm doing my part.
I'm doing my part.
I'm doing my part.
I'm doing my part too.
I salute you, Flynn. I salute you. Oh yeah, Flynn. Welcome in. It's always what you least expect it. Welcome in, Magic Man. Welcome in, Flynn. Welcome in, Chelsea. Welcome in, Trogdor. How you guys doing? Happy Thursday. Hell yeah. I hate when that happens. I've misplaced my Winky. Ah, right. Okay. Jeez. How long have you lost it? How long have you been without your Winky, Chelsea? Every stream I'm like, I'm going to listen to these lo-fi beats after, and I never do. It's a vicious cycle. Of that my whole life. Your whole life. That's not good. They take it away at birth. Misplaced it day one. Jeez. Poor you. Poor you not having a Winky. What is this about the Dalai Lama? It's something the Dalai Lama wouldn't answer truthfully. I wouldn't ask it. What the fuck? Oh, probably left it on the bus or something. Jeez. And you know someone would have nicked that. You leave anything on the bus, it gets nicked. Like, I left it on the bus. Yeah, you're not getting that back. He's the Dalai Lama, not the Dalai Lama. Dalai Lama. Okay, I see what you're doing there. I want that T-shirt. They do like for GDQ they do like do these T-shirts twice a year usually, and there's usually one of them. But yeah, I like. I've still got a few, even though I haven't bought any for a bit because the prices have been a bit meh, and the designs have been a bit meh actually the past few times. You got eventually, I did. I get there in the end. It takes me a bit of time. Sometimes some might say I never get it, so at least I got that one. Most of the time, I never get it. I asked people how their Winkies were. I believe they'd truthfully answer. I mean, mine's pretty good. Depends how much detail you want. I won't be going into detail though. That'd be a bit weird. It's sick. I would say no to a free Winky. I was looking at Yeti last time, saw a great Pikmin one with Nature is Healing written in a metal band font. Okay, that's pretty good. Welcome in, Brad. How are you doing? Love the Nirvana music in the background. Yeah, the lo-fi Nirvana is definitely a vibe. It's funny. Apparently, Brad was very 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 close to texting me asking to play some Delta Force just as I was about to go live, which we're we're going for a much slower game today than Delta Force. Has anyone else been playing Delta Force? It's quite a bit of fun, and it's also free to play as well. Very surprising. Very surprising. Also, did anyone catch the state of play? The PlayStation well, it's PlayStation State of Play, but it's their like little showcase thing I had one this week with some bits and pieces. Put in the water cooler. It was it's like, yeah, I'd buy that, but still monies. I'd buy that for $1. It's always the shipping, and now somehow it's gotten worse. Where I've seen like some people, I think it was a Linus Tech Tips subreddit where they were talking about, wow, the delivery for this is hilarious now. Where they were going to buy I think it's a $30 mouse mat, and it would also cost $30 for shipping as well, which is crazy. There was something me and Brad were looking at the other day, and it ended up the shipping would have cost more than the actual item. I Crazy how things go, huh? I literally sat at my desk, put my headset, and pulled my phone out, and Discord popped. Timing couldn't have been better. Damn. We'll play some at some point. We will find some time. We'll get Carl involved now as well. I was half watching State of Play while playing Web Fishing, of course you were. Do appreciate a 40 showcase of just games though, not ads. Yeah, that is good. Although from the comments I've seen, people are still disappointed. I mean, I had a look at a few bits and pieces, but yeah, but we might go through it before we end up carrying on with Lamplight City. Have a quick look, give people a chance, and like to know your guys' opinions on things as well, of course. So 40 minutes, okay. There's no Persona 6, so I was rioting. Are we expecting Persona 6? Is that an expectation at the moment? Because again, people were complaining about no Bloodborne. Oh, and I also saw in the Discord that Magic Man, you were talking about Unavowed, and I think I watched half of a review. I think it was there was a review that I was watching, and it didn't look good. It was actually the one that you linked as well. Yeah. I saw some bits and pieces of the review. Bit tragic in my opinion. Yeah, yeah, it's a bit of a shame. I mean, it's not one that was really on my radar when I saw it. Yeah, Avowed. Yeah. It's not really one that was on my radar, but I'll be honest, yeah, I hadn't seen any of it. I'll be honest, like, looking at the character animations in that game, I'll be honest, the overall graphics, I know you shouldn't be kind of finicky about graphics, but when you make a game where the graphics are meant to look kind of realistic, like, surely you should beef up the graphics in some way as well to kind of go with that. But in terms of like combat animation and the way people swing their swords, it just didn't look great, you know. Um, let's have a quick look actually, because I'm kind of curious. Avowed gameplay. Is there actually any gameplay? First 27 minutes on PC, 4K, 60 frames. Interesting. Yeah, I won't have the sound on. Let's actually get to some gameplay and stuff. I don't know, just... I mean, let's have a quick... It feels like it's graphics that you'd expect in, like, an indie survival game. Like, isn't this meant to be linked with... Is it Pillars of Eternity? This game is meant to be linked with. It just doesn't look... I don't know. I don't know. Am I being nitpicky as well? Yes, PoE. Like, people complain about Oblivion NPC interactions, but this is beyond outdated. I know, I've seen this. I'm waiting for Mortismal's opinion. I don't know who Mortismal is. I'm gonna lie. I would always try watch multiple reviews first. Not my cup of tea, though. Yeah, I'll be honest. Because of the lack of time that I have to play games at the moment, anyway. If it gets even a couple of negative reviews, or even if I look at this kind of game and I'm like, I don't know, unless I'm like really invested, I'm not going to be like, yeah, let's go for it. So I don't think I'll probably ever give this a chance anyway, in the first place. Which I'm sure some people will be like, well, great for the motivation there. But I mean, I've got zero motivation. What can I say? I gave shit to the recent Dragon Age, but this might be tier lower. Wow. Oh my god, he dropped his 100% completion video 5 hours ago. He's the one to get an honest opinion for real. Okay, all right. Well, when you do watch it, maybe give us a little TLDR on what that person might think. Game looks like the engine of the Outer Worlds, but just reskinned to be fantasy. Damn son, I've not seen a review shit on it that hard. Yeah, for it to be lower than the recent Dragon Age, that is shitting on it pretty damn hard. A very safe. That is a good description of that, actually, isn't it? And yeah, I can see how you feel like how you can see that it's like Outer Worlds, but not really. Like, it looks like it's been modified a bit. There's some obviously extra little bits and pieces that is added, but not really much, you know. Preview art design had some issues, and yeah, this does not look good. I had hopes even when I heard negativity in the past, but seeing this is just enough. It's a bit of a shame because, I mean, I feel like this is like properly in our zeitgeist right now because Chelsea just finished her first run of Fallout New Vegas, which, correct me if I'm wrong, was Obsidian, right? Obsidian then left, and they ended up. I don't know if there was an in between. There must have been an in between game between Fallout New Vegas and Outer Worlds, but they then went on to make Outer Worlds, and everyone seemed to like it. And it's one that I'm actually potentially going to be playing for the offline channel after I finish Cyberpunk. So I'm curious to try it out. But obviously, people revere New Vegas; they absolutely love it. Going like when I first played it, I didn't really enjoy it. I was like, yeah, this isn't really Fallout 3, and I just couldn't get into it. I could never kind of grasp why, but I think Chelsea, when she was going through it, she really kind of gave some really good points that there's no real likable people in that game. Like, none of the factions. There's always a reason to dislike the factions. Every single one of the factions in that game. They don't give you a lot to kind of like about them, and the whole game relies on those factions being it's a key part of the game. It's what is based on what happens in the end, and like, even though there's a few other bits and pieces and stuff, I don't know. It just I mean, it solidified my opinion of it when Chelsea played it, and I was like, yeah, it's pretty much how I felt. It was one of those games where I'm like, I'm enjoying the gameplay, but one and done, never coming back to it ever again. I'm torn between blaming corpos or the zeitgeist. Interesting. I would always blame the corpos, I'll be honest, Magic Man. I think in terms of the zeitgeist, there is good reason for parts of the game to be there, and there have been games that have been made that kind of take that zeitgeist and actually make good tangible games with it. and it's because those people know how to write and know how to make games. Whereas corpos will kind of prey on the fact that the zeitgeist is popular, that particular zeitgeist is popular, and they will make it as hollow as possible because they will just chuck money at it until they don't have enough, and then I don't know, it just like it creates that kind of thing, disingenuous. I talk about it a lot with a load of things. It's easy to see, and like your subconscious can kind of pick up on when something is being disingenuous, or at least mine. Like I can in some way, and it makes me just not. As soon as I hear something from it or see something from it, I'm like, ooh, no, there's heart hasn't gone into this game. There doesn't feel like there's love in that game in some way. But yeah, I'd always blame the corpos. I'll be honest. Everyone is insufferable in that game. Not a bad simulation of some parts of the world, to be honest. True. They all got on my tits. Yeah, that was an interesting playthrough. I mean, it was a really good playthrough from Chelsea. Just interesting to hear her opinions on it. It's like it's always sunny in Philadelphia. Everyone is insufferable, but somehow it's charming to see. Yeah, I guess so. Yeah. And at the end of the day, in New Vegas, you can just kill everyone. So at least it gives you the choice in terms of that. But do you really want to be like ultra evil at that point? You know. I wish I saw some of their charm. Yeah, they lacked it. I think the companions were some of the better people in that game. So allow me to just say the writers were just nitwits. I'd say so. When everyone dead by the end, yeah. Yeah, jabroni. The writers were probably the type to be on the level to think that The Last of Us 2 was deep. See, I don't have any skin in the game when it comes to an opinion on The Last of Us 2 because I didn't enjoy the first game. I think I've mentioned it before, but I have a real kind of problem with The Walking Dead. I read like a good chunk of the comic before the series came out. I was there, man. I was there before the series, man. You weren't there, man. You weren't there. And it was literally from the prologue that I was like, I'm not gonna like this, and this doesn't seem like a very good idea. I mean, it was prologue mixed with when I actually started reading the comic, because in the prologue of the first comic of The Walking Dead, they talk about how they want to bring realism and emotion to a zombie based media in some way. And I was like, okay, that could be interesting. Let's see how they handled it. And I read through the comics, and I was like, I genuinely thought that they handled it very badly. So then when The Last of Us came through, and I was like, I feel like I've had this before, this experience, and like, oh, it's fucking Walking Dead again. And it's like, I'll get through it because I really enjoyed Uncharted, but I don't know. It's the one. Oh, Boone was awesome. Yeah. You want to mess with the trash man. That red cap, though, that shit was real. Mate, we could 1v1 anywhere, although my honk shoe time is in like 30 minutes, so we could plan something another day. Honk shoe. I love the way that you're saying things today, Magic Man. Talking about Winkies and then bringing in the honk shoe. All about the honk shoe. Oh. My sleeping has been really weird this week. I don't know why. Probably to do with like stuff that was happening last week, but yeah. Anyway, I digress. It seems like the general kind of gist of things is that people haven't really, I don't know. Maybe it's split. I don't know. Either way, it wasn't really something that I cared too much about. So I'm happy to just play ignorance and just not ever play that game ever. But yeah, we'll do a quick rundown of the state of play whilst we're at it. So they had Monster Hunter Wilds. Is it a DLC for this game? I believe. I think right. Click the cat video. No, absolutely normal cats. No, no, no. Anyone excited for this? I'm not really. Now I have that song in my head again. Which song, Chelsea? To the game, which I think is what is this Shinobi? Kind of looks like Shinobi to me. Sometimes I'm alone, sometimes I'm not, sometimes I'm alone. Hello. I don't know that one. People I know have played the beta and enjoyed it. Not my thing though. Monster Hunter. Yeah, I think we tried. Did we try and play it, or did I play it with Jim? I can't remember. I think we did try and play it a bit, and it wasn't Wild. It was the World when they brought out World, and yeah, I don't think I could get into those games, to be honest. Yeah, we tried to play one of them. It just it didn't sit right, did it? It was oh yeah, Shinobi. I tell you what, I really liked the Shinobi game on the Game Gear. Of all places, like I really enjoyed it on the Game Gear. It's rock hard though, really difficult to play. I'd love to try and play that again, but God, that was horrible. Oh, that cat song. I get what you mean. Yeah, I get what you mean. I'd listened to enough that popped up in my YouTube music recommendation today. Yeah, all right. Okay, so this is the new Sonic racing game. Um, eh, eh. I don't know. Eh. Yeah, where's Scotty? Yeah, that's what I was thinking. He'd be smacking us down right now for saying, eh. Digimon Story, Time Stranger. Eh. There's a big old right there. Don't know if I care. No, I know that I don't care. Actually, sorry. It's a real split though. It's like, how many people really enjoy Digimon? And was it worth it to put it in a PlayStation State of Play thing? I don't know. I can't really answer that one. Should do a State of PSN Network. Oof, oof. I was part of me was wondering if they were going to be like all people who had outages for PSN get a free week, which I think is what they got, right? They got a free week. One free week. Is that enough? This one's called Lost Soul Aside. I think it's just a JRPG, isn't it? Style thing or character action game. Again, not first. Big old not first right there. WWE 2K25. You excited for this one, Brad? Can't wait to be John Cena. Am I right? Is this Borderlands? This looks like Borderlands. Yeah, this is Borderlands. Where is Sky? You need we need a genuine opinion about this. Hey, wait, Brad will give us a genuine opinion about this game. Break free, Borderlands 4. If this doesn't summon Scotty, you never know, it might. And then we have, can't remember what this game is, but it's from that the guy that swears at the Game Awards. But it's the co-op game that me and Chelsea are definitely going to play at some point. Because we played It Takes Two, and that was a great game. And I trust that this is also going to be a great game. It's a lot of new IPs. I'll give it that, Trogdor. I'll give it that. There's definitely some different bits and pieces. I think they needed to show off as much as possible, considering the general hate that they've been getting for getting rid of a lot of their game studios, the live action games, you know. So I guess in terms of that, they're doing a little bit of service where they're actually showing quite a lot of stuff. But also, how much of this stuff is exclusive to PlayStation? That's also something I would like to know. We haven't done A Way Out yet. But I've told Chelsea that we should. Funnily enough, like years ago, I actually played that with my friend Jim. We played it a while ago, and I had fun with it. It's a very good game. Game of the year already every year. Okay. I'm guessing you're talking about Borderlands, right? Yeah, just nice. I have both, but not played either. Both are really good, Trogdor. Both are very, very good. Big Red versus Blue vibes in some scenes. I'll give it that. After some recent news that Rooster Teeth is now back as well. Interesting. I'm sure nobody saw that coming. What is this? Oh, for God's sake. This is bloody... it is another thing that I could not care less about. It's Five Nights at Freddy's. Secret of the Mimic. Well, it's kind of wild that there's a Five Nights at Freddy game that has graphics that are this good. Or is this a different game? Maybe I'm wrong. Is this something different? No, this is something different. I thought this was Five Nights at Freddy's. Shit. No, the next one is Five Nights at Freddy's. Okay, yeah, this actually looks a little bit more on point of what a Five Nights at Freddy's game would be like. Although, no, the graphics look generally pretty good as well, actually. I'll give it that. Although, surely this, like... Has this game series been done to death at this point? I feel like it has. Like, does anyone care anymore? Literally, yeah. To death! I didn't, and I wish to see no more about it. Why, Chelsea? It's not so bad about the whole Rooster Teeth stuff. You never know. There might be some good stuff that comes from it. You never know. Yeah, I'll be honest, like... I'm really not fussed by a lot of stuff. So, Onimusha... We're just going to quickly go through it. Anyone Onimusha fan? We got Metal Gear Solid Delta, which... I'm not looking forward to in the slightest. This is giving some pretty mad, like, Twin Snakes vibes. Which, if you know, you know. Where it just, like, screams, we're going to make the visuals look incredible, but we're going to bring across none of the art direction. Which, you know... And when the original exists, and the original is still really good, also, Ocelot looks fucking stupid. What the fuck? They made a poor decision on Ocelot there. What the fuck? Seriously. Wait, we're going back. We're pausing at Ocelot. All right, Ocelot. Shalashaska. He doesn't look right. What? Yeah, what did they do to him? Look good for very fake. That's what I'm saying. I'd rather play the original. The chop isn't coming back, so I'm not interested. You don't know. You don't know. You know what that screams? That screams Source Engine facial animation right there. Source Engine animation. You're right, Brad. Djokovic really let himself go. Damn. Default animation, yes, it screams it. What did they do? This is terrible. This is actually terrible. And there's so many people that are like on board with this coming out. And from the beginning, I was just like, what? Why? Why? Why is this necessary? Damn. He just looks like a rando, yeah. Typical Kojima. But Kojima isn't part of this one, Magic Man. Kojima isn't part of this one. That's why it's bad. That's why it's bad, Magic Man. Welcome in, HK. How you doing? Still no KOTOR. I want KOTOR. Is that the main reason for it being garbage? I don't know how they could screw up Ocelot that bad, though. Oh, whoops. Oh, look at that. But yeah, none of the color from the original game has come across, and it's not like it was like piss filter, because it definitely wasn't piss filter. It was sepia tone. They like brought in actual sepia. So yeah. Yeah, I don't know if I care. I know I don't care. Actually, I'm not gonna lie, I don't care. Wasn't hair like really blonde? Yes, it was. Yeah, I think for good reason as well, right? Trigger him magic. He already has. Don't worry. Oh, right, a new KOTOR was. Okay. Damn. Well, the studio hasn't been laid off, has it? Is that BioWare? Wait, that would be BioWare, wouldn't it? Considering this, how did Veilguard do? Separate from people's opinions on it, how did it actually do in terms of money? It didn't do very well, did it? Ban me then. Still want to disrespect the con man? Oh my god. Oh my god. You could not be more wrong, Magic Man. Could not be more wrong. I think the game's died 3 or 4 times since its announcement. Those are both love hearts and ice cream cones. Those do look like ice cream cones. Also, could be a mouse. You never know. It's Saber. Had dev issues because I don't know how to pronounce that. Aren't great at creating games. Only porting, so developments. A lot of companies are all over the place at the moment, aren't they? It's all pretty fucked. Fucked in the hole. Alright. Let's carry on. What else we got going on here? What I'm going to say is Metal Gear Solid Delta does not look good and will not be good because Kojima isn't a part of it. Yes. Magic Man. Yes, HK. I said it. I said it. I'm not afraid. Oh, this is the Lies of P DLC. Don't care. Also, Days Gone remastered, which I'm annoyed about because I bought that. I rebought it last year. I already played it on PS4. I rebought it on PC last year. But then again, I'm curious to know if they're actually going to bring out a remaster on PC or if. I mean, yeah, new content. Oh well, the new content isn't really anything though. It's just extra gameplay modes, which I don't really care about. So I guess there's no real point in this for PC, you know. Upgrade for $10. Huh? Anyone interested in Days Gone? I wrote this down as like they're looking to see if people are still interested. So they've done a remaster of it for PS5, and if it does well, then maybe there'd be a talk, a little bit of an idea, a little bit of a sprinkling of maybe there'd be a sequel, which there was a bit of a cliffhanger. Metal Gear Beta, am I right? Oh, yeah, I'll give that. You are right. You say about me, you heard HK. Kojima was a good dream maker going up to MGS3. After that, he began believing himself to be the gaming version of Quentin Tarantino. But Phantom Pain was really good, though. I kind of give it to you with Metal Gear Solid 4. He definitely took a bit more of an L on that game, but he needed to sum up a lot of things that happened from the previous games, and that is a difficult thing to do considering how all over the place he is. But Phantom Pain, they brought it back, and I really enjoyed that game. It was very, very good. Wait, Quentin? Yeah, saying Quentin Tarantino is a hack as well. Thin ice, Magic Man. You're getting there. You're getting there. Full on Warpath tonight. Sorry, folks. I do not accept your apology, Magic Man. Magic deserves VIP. Nobody deserves VIP. Nobody. Except me. I'm the VIP here. He's not afraid, guys. Careful. You clip that. Let me turn down the music a bit. I thought the music was already down, but it must have turned itself up a bit. However, I will not hear a bad word about Death Stranding. Chelsea really likes Death Stranding. Enough to get tattoos as well. I've drawn my lines in the sand. I will cross that line, good sir, with a broadsword in hand, ready to split you in half. Wait, that sounds sexual. Are you ready to be split in twain by my sword? Don't start, Brad. You tried that when it was coming out, and it didn't work. Norman Reedus and the funky. I will say that Norman Reedus' performance is pretty terrible. I don't think he's a very good actor in general. I don't know how he's gone as far as he has. I don't think he should get any further. Sounds bad, but yeah. Pistols at dawn, my lord. Damn. I will get out my glove and I will slap you around the face with it, yes. Don't stop, Brad. Death Stranding, something good, has the same initials as Nintendo DS. So that's cool. Wow, there's a good connection there. Excuse me, leave Norman alone. Do you are you genuinely standing there and saying that Norman Reedus is a good actor? Like genuinely? I would like I want evidence to say that he is a good actor. I need some sort of clip that will give definitive proof that he is the thespian that you so call him as. Because everything I've seen in him, he's just very unbothered with lack of emotion, which I guess some people just don't have emotion. Yes, but I don't know. I don't think I've ever seen him in a scene where he's acted in a good way. I'll show you my Norman compilations later. That's why I love him. Okay. I feel like we've already got an actor that has been there, done that. We already have Keanu Reeves, who has the very, like, the uncare nature of acting down, where he will only play one kind of character now, and there won't be a lot of emotion spread, and I'm okay with it. He brought it to the table, and he's perfected that, and deserves to be in that position. Norman came after him. We only need one. We only need one. Get rid of him. We don't need him. It's all kicking off tonight. If you imagine, I think George is about to set off a nuke chassis. Walk around a random Unity-generated environment, point A to B, then watch the Kojima fanboy cast of actors wank each other off before you go on another trek. Yo, Magic Man, you could not be more wrong. The fucking vibe of that game. The fact that you call it an A to B is simplifying it way too much. Yes, there is a lot of walking. Yes, you can go from A to B. I get that. But there is so much in between. And when you're kind of walking across those hills and then you hear the fucking low raw soundtrack just come out of nowhere and it goes across that scenery, almost brings a tear to my eye seeing that. And then encompassing that around an original Kojima story where he is unleashed. He knows no bounds, Magic Man. He knows no bounds. He is unleashed with no monetary bounds, no mental bounds, no stress bounds from the publisher, from his publishers. And this is exactly what he creates. Some might say a masterpiece. I don't know if I'd go far as a masterpiece, but it's close. It's getting somewhere towards there. Something unique in this gaming scape. So unique. Oh dear. Don't forget the energy drinks. Yeah, that was a bit weird having that ad in there. Yeah, but let's just shove some monster in there. I'm ready to commit war crimes. Oh, the emotions. I cry. Let me go on TikTok and check with an empath to see if I'm right or wrong. Okay. An empath? What the fuck? You have me creasing tonight, Magic. Magic is full on. What has set you off? It's Avowed, isn't it? Avowed has set you off, Magic. And you're just ready to take down everyone tonight. I see what's happening. I couldn't be more in the middle of Geordie and Magic. Meh. Damn! But some people would say that meh is worse. For it to not have a negative opinion or a positive opinion, some might say it's mid. The mid is worse, Brad. How dare you? I'm about to fight you now as well. Getting punched in the face for looking at Norman's penis. What more could you want? Exactly. And Leia Sadu, who is a good actor, or great actor, does a very good job in that game as well. And yes, Margaret Qualley, which, even though she freaks me out a little bit sometimes, is also great in that game as well. Does she freak anyone else out? She freaks me out. It's not the good kind of freak out either. It's just like you know, when you're just like, oh, whoa, that kind of freak out. It's a bit much. They told me I'm deflecting from issues I should be focusing on. Yeah, I may have a point. May. That sounds like there's a It sounds like the confidence. There isn't the confidence that needs to be there. I feel like I'm close to winning this battle. You're almost split in twain, one might say. No. This is all Brian May's fault. Brian May. Love her. Wait, who's the freak out lady? Margaret Qualley. She's been in a lot of things recently. Funny enough, bringing it back to Quentin Tarantino, the first thing I think I saw her in was Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. Or did Death Stranding come before that? I don't know. But either way, I think that kind of skyrocketed her career, and she's now in a few things. Isn't she in like The Substance, which is like a big old thing, right? Big old floppy thing. Oh no, it's there. Margaret Qualley doesn't sound like Margaret Quality. That was harsh. I don't know her. Yeah. You're just jumping on the bandwagon at this point. Stop it, Sky. See, it's Sky's fault somehow. The quotes don't lie. Can we have "Don't Start Brad" in quotes, please? Yeah, could you pop that in the mod chat then? I'm just waiting to be split. Brad, we're past you already. You've already been split in twain. It happened so quickly that you didn't even feel it. Or it could have just been the fact that, you know, Brad's a bit more like a, you know, hot dog in a corridor situation. You know what I'm saying? It slips right in and right out. Didn't touch the sides. Listen, Gitsy. Oh dear. Easy, easy. She was in a Netflix Death Note. Ah, I didn't know that. God, what is that emote? That's a brutal moose emote. That's a good one. Okay, I like that one. All right, we're stalling. We need to carry on. Like, to be honest, I want to get this finished at 8 o'clock so we can play some Lamplight, Lamplight City. This one looks like a fucking boomer shooter, and I'm all for it. I mean, it's not really a boomer shooter, but it's an FPS, which is fast paced in some way, and it did look very cool. I'll give it that. Look at all the glitches as well. I think it takes more off of like Doom 2016 more than anything else. Either way, I thought it looked pretty cool. Probably one of the more favorite things from this state of play, actually. Also, I'm curious to know. I feel like Jessica is like the big PlayStation person here. Yeah, I want to know her opinion on it at some point. Because yeah, she always watches the state of play and gives a good opinion, a level opinion from someone else as well, so which is good. Can we move chat along? Emo is freaking me out. Yeah, he is pretty funny. I can still see it. Also, what is this? Oh yeah, this one. In my notes, I wrote this down as so it's Mind's Eye, and we have Cyberpunk at home. We have Cyberpunk at home, where it just it feels like they're trying to kind of go along somewhat of a cyberpunk route, where it's like this futuristic city in some way, and but I don't know, I didn't kind of get a lot of I don't know. Looks alright, I guess. I don't know. Oh shit, Chelsea brought it back. Oh dear. I don't know. It looks alright, but again, I okay. What was said previously, I can't remember who said it, but I think it was Magic Man. I might be wrong. But there's a lot of new IPs here, which I do agree with. I like a lot of new IPs, which is really cool to see. Especially after like it being relatively hard to trust Sony after getting rid of so many games and so many studios as well. But yeah, I don't know. What other stuff is here? Oh yeah, this one. I might actually show this one because this is actually quite exciting. I think Chelsea would like to see/hear this one as well. So for one reason and one reason only. Wait a second, we're going back a bit. Come on. Come on, you bitch. Oh shit, I haven't got it fucking... God damn it. I have to go back again. God damn, why did I mute it?
It always comes back to this.
How long is it going to take Chelsea to realise? How long is it going to take Chelsea to realise? That was instant. How the fuck, Chelsea? Unless you've already been spoiled on this. Holy shit.
This world. This moment. This choice.
I know that voice.
Every time the sun dies, madness reigns. Then everything begins again. But after every death,
Yeah, he is.
I always come back stronger.
What's your favourite cat people?
I know that you are here, and I will find you.
I'll be honest, I have no idea what the fuck this game is. They don't really give away a lot. But purely on the fact that Rahul Kohli is in this is the only reason at the moment why I'd be interested and why I'd most likely play it as well. Don't know if it's only come to PlayStation though, which maybe.
Hey everyone, I'm Gregory Loudon, Creative Director at Housemarque. We are thrilled to announce that our latest game, Saros, is launching next year on PS5 and enhanced for PS5.
They knew Rahul would
Saros
bring
is
us
the
in,
ultimate
and they were
evolution
right.
of the Housemarque gameplay first experience. It's a new single-player IP that builds on Returnal's award-winning third-person action.
Returnal.
You play
that
Arjun
was
Devaraj, performed by the brilliant Rahul Kohli. Arjun is a powerful enforcer searching for answers on a hostile, shape-shifting planet haunted by an ominous eclipse. All of us at Housemarque can't wait to share more about Saros, with our first look at gameplay coming later this year. Thanks for watching.
Yeah, so it doesn't really give a lot away, which doesn't spike a lot of confidence. But Returnal was pretty good, right? I didn't play it. I know it's on PC now though. On positive, it mentions Cyberpunk. If anyone is a fan and hasn't watched Old Carbon, it could be a nice fix. Really, I've heard of the series Old Carbon, but I've never actually watched it. Everything looks meh. Do you think they are playing it safe if it's a new IP rather than just going balls to the wall? Well, I don't think you can put safe and new IP in the same sentence a lot of the time, though. Yeah. So, no, yeah, I don't think they are playing it safe, are they? All of this is safe. Something is weird lately, and I guess investors are not around anymore to help the big studios. Yeah. I would say Concord might have... Concord would have been the big one, yeah. Hard to tell if safe. No idea what to take away from most of these Onimusha though. Yeah, I suppose Onimusha probably does have like a kind of big old fan base, doesn't it? But yeah, I mean, people people said, and I that's what I kind of took away from this as well. This could have been an email, which it wouldn't be an email to them because they do this kind of stuff because they need a platform to just announce everything off of, and it kind of makes shareholders feel a bit better about it because then they know that it's going out to, well, 16 million subscribers and 2.2 million viewers in some way, and that's just one platform as well, going over to different platforms and stuff. So yeah, it's a state of play. When was the last good state of play? That's my question. I guess we'll see what comes of Sony. It hasn't made me want to buy a PlayStation though. I'll say that much. Capcom finally giving the Onimushas some love, so that's snazzy. True. Oh yeah, and no Bloodborne, which everyone is talking about. Always comes up. Oh, and one of the things that I didn't mention, one of the games has Asterian's voice actor in it, and it was very telling that they very specifically put that voice actor's clip up during that moment. I think I heard Shadowheart's voice actor as well in one of the other games. But yeah, very recognizable voices that people would be like, huh, maybe I should play that game then. Shat my bay. Shat. What was the last game you all were hyped for? Good question. I mean, I was super hyped for Final Fantasy Rebirth, which is out and it's on PC now as well. But that was like a couple of years ago, so there must have been something in between. I mean, Silent Hill 2, once we started to see that everything was good again, I was super hyped for that. So I'm glad it was good, apart from performance issues, obviously. GTA 6 is the only thing that's going to convince me to buy one. Coming out, Gears E-Day. Yeah, I keep forgetting about Gears E-Day. Wonder if that'll come straight to PC. I assume it would. Hopefully, we don't have issues with multiplayer on that, huh, Brad? Maybe they will fix that shit. Shart my bay. Can't type. I like that shart. Yeah, Shadowheart. Okay, I like that. Shat was, well, shart was a what shat was meant to be. Just needed that extra fart in there. Duck Detective 2. Oh yeah. Microsoft, so of course PC day one. Yeah. Suppose they probably would announce that as well already, right? And Gears of War makes me shudder, not in a good way. It's unfortunate, isn't it, Brad? Just like Gears of War 4 and 5 just not working correctly at all. Sorry, I'm being a bit weird. I'm a bit freaky tonight. What can I say? Okay, so tonight we will be continuing. It's an hour. It's been an hour, but tonight we will be continuing with Lamplight City. We played a fair chunk of it already, 2 sessions worth. So yeah, let's get back into it. Play some more because I'm. Did you want some celebrations before I meal? I will have some celebrations. Yes. Have you eaten a lot of them already? What have you left? Yeah, HK. Oh. Oh, you're lurking. Okay. Thank you, Brad. I like while I play some Force of Delta. Damn. Without me, Brad? Without me? Without me?
I just hit my stepwell coming to bring you these.
Oh, sick. There you go. Chocolat? I'm not going to eat all these. I'm only going to eat some of these. Because I feel like I need a bit of a chocolate hype. A bit of a chocolate hype. So I'm a little distracted. My neighbor was just murdered. Oh. 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 Game club anyone? Game club? That's good. I like that. Was it actually your neighbor? That's pretty cool. Yeah, we had with Gears of War 4 and 5, we had a similar issue that we had with the other games where we couldn't connect to each other on co-op. She wasn't having it, and regardless of any of the settings or any of the troubleshooting that we saw online, we tried literally everything, like hours of trying to fix it because we both wanted to play it. Hours of fixing, and it just didn't work. Oh no, Magic Man, how come? It's already a good one. I'm already enjoying it. Some good shit. Oh my god, yeah, that Kermit. Poor bastard. Yeah, Lamplight City. Sorry, I just gotta set up this shit. Lamplight City. Also, I might just move the camera a little bit this way. Okay. That's better. A bit more in the frame on the crop version. Please tell me. Please tell me why. It's lit. Lit AF. Timing issues. No worries, Magic Man. Whenever you can play the game, it's a good time. Also, Magic Man recommended Just Straight Roads. I believe it's on sale at the moment for like a $5. Maybe less than a $5 actually. Oh, that stopped abruptly, didn't it? My Own Worst Enemy by Lit. But had me intrigued. Yeah, exactly. Magic Man. It doesn't have to be the game club. Whenever you do get around to it, let us know what you think. Sorry, I'm getting distracted. I need to sort shit out. There we go. God, that Twix got me acting up. Jesus Christ. Oh, really, Magic Man? Come on, show up on the screen. There we go. I might just shift the screen. Because I think I did this before where I shifted the screen a little bit to the right. Because it's got some real estate. Got free real estate on that right hand side, you know what I'm saying? Load. Okay, so what happened last time? Is this correct? Where I've loaded at the moment? Oh yeah, I remember what happened. So we already finished our first case. We let the guy go, although we're not police. Oh, sorry. I'll recap from the beginning. We shot our partner. That partner is now haunting us. Either they're a spirit in some way, or they're just in our head. The weird thing that does happen though is when we drink our soporific, which is our drugs, he kind of goes a bit weird and disappears, but then also our character kind of falls asleep. Or goes a bit weird, because I think it's like a sleeping medicine. I think we found out last time, wasn't it? It's just like very severe sleeping medicine of some kind. But yeah, we now have him in our head at the moment. We did one mission, one case, where there was this bitch who got her just desserts. There was this woman that essentially she got paralyzed, and we had to find out what happened to her. It was actually found out that she was racist and she was doing stuff to her waiting staff, torturing them in some way, and someone got their sweet revenge on her. We let that guy go. We figured it all out, but we let that guy go, and we gave the evidence to the police. She then got taken to prison, I believe, even though she's like, I'm pretty sure she's in a brain dead state. But either way, God just deserves. Either way, she's exactly where she deserves to be. But we're now on the second case where a baby has been kidnapped, and we essentially have to find out who stole the baby, where they've gone. We're a bit like suspicious of the parents at the moment. We think that they might be fighting, or might be thinking about divorce or something like that, because they're acting really weird. The guy keeps going out at night apparently, and I'm going to assume he's visiting the ladies of the night. Maybe, I don't know. But yeah, we gotta find out where this baby boy has gone. I think it's a baby boy. Charles Harris, infant son, yeah. There you go. Gave her an uppercut off a building. Wish we could have. She mean brain dead in prison. She deserves it, yeah. So yeah, find out who or what SS is. I feel like we know that one already. Nazis. I'm ready to punch them in the face. Speak with Arthur Devons in the Harris construction yard. Speak with Mr. LaFay, the moneylender. Learn about Linda Walker at the Spectre Society. So we did some investigating at this house, and these are all kind of what we've come up with to kind of lead into the rest of the investigation. I just came back here because I wanted to save it.
I wish you'd let me fix your hair before you go out like that.
It'll be fine.
I wonder if I can get her to fix my hair. Should we try?
I'm here.
It's good to have you back.
Go on then, fix my hair.
Patty?
What do you need, dear?
Oh, there's loads of stuff I can go through.
You weren't kidding about business picking up. You're averaging what, about 3 appointments per day?
More like 5. I told you, debutante ball season's busy.
Doesn't it get tiresome?
Not really. You'd be surprised at the sort of gossip I hear from my clients. I don't know what it is, but they just open up to me and tell me all kinds of personal things. You sure you don't want me to give you a trim?
I'm fine for now, dear. Thank you.
Funny, yeah, you should mention that, HK. I'm pretty sure the main influence is most likely from Gabriel Knight, considering a lot of like the art direction and the feeling of the game. So, yeah, maybe. I do want to go back to Gabriel Knight at some point. I don't know if we gave it a fair shot. We might have done. But then, like, I feel like if Nick enjoys that game, maybe we did something wrong. We got a cute wife, yeah. Maybe they got rid of the kid to make the divorce easier. But I'm not ruling it out.
I've forgotten how good you are at écarté. You absolutely destroyed me the other night.
As I recall, you used to hold your own pretty well.
We should
What is
have another match soon.
écarté?
That way I can hone my skills.
Yes, we should. As long as you can concentrate, I'm sure you'll get as good as you used to be.
I can't believe the nerve of that narrow-minded old cow.
Who, Mrs. Delacroix? She's actually one of my nicest clients.
I don't know how you can tolerate her. If I were you, I'd strike her off my list.
If I did that for every one of my clients who thought the same as her, I'd be out of a job. That's just the way it is.
Maybe so,
That's
but
just
it
the
doesn't
way
make it any
it
less
is.
infuriating.
So they're talking about her previous client, who was kind of taking the piss out of our main protagonist here, unfortunately.
Have you ever heard of a group called the Spectre Society?
I think I had a client once who mentioned it. There's some kind of spiritualist group, right?
So it would seem.
I don't really know anything else about them, sorry.
How are things going with you?
I'm a bit worried about some rumors I've been hearing.
Oh?
They're saying it won't be long before automated hairdressing devices are available to the public. Once that happens, it's going to be tough for me to keep getting jobs.
Well, that's going to
Automated
happen.
hairdressing devices? How would those even work? Do they read your mind?
Doubtful. More than likely they'll have some kind of settings or just give everyone the same type of hairstyle.
I wouldn't worry too much, Addie. You're the best hairdresser in town. I doubt people will place their trust in some contraption over you.
You underestimate my clientele, Miles. They're mostly all rich socialites whose hobbies are buying the most expensive and modern things just to outdo their peers. They'll be sending their servants to line up for days before the things are released.
Perhaps, but they'll come running back to you once the machines stop working. You'll see.
I certainly hope so.
I'll let you get back to your book.
You guys ever play that Animal World game? Nick's been hyping that as his fave game of 24. Just waiting on a sale. Yeah, I've seen some bits and pieces of it. I haven't been too fussed by it, but again, the intrigue is there because so many people have said it's a really good game. If I were you, I'd coax her onto a rooftop and accidentally shoot her off it. Fucking hell. I think the client was a bit racist. Was she? I don't remember her being racist. It was more that she made a comment on his looks in some way, right? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I wasn't listening properly, but...
Time for me to get some things done.
I wish you'd let me fix your hair before you go out like...
Well, I spoke
It'll
to
be
you and you
fine.
had nothing to say about it, so... Commenting on them being a couple. I don't know, you might be right. I have no idea. Right, who are we going to first? So... Wow, there's so many places I can go. What the fuck? Let's go to the Spectre Society first, because... Spooky! Spooky!
Too dark to tell what's inside. They must enjoy the somber atmosphere.
Let's knock on the door.
Yes?
No, she was definitely being off, Chelsea.
Hello, ma'am. My name's Miles Fordham, and I'd like to ask you a few questions.
Are you with the police?
No, I'm a private investigator.
I'm terribly sorry, darling, but I simply don't have the time right now. Perhaps if you come back next week, I'll be able to answer your questions then.
Next week.
This is the Spectre Society, right? I'm interested in joining.
Ah, yes, it is. Welcome, darling.
Oh, now you have the
Membership
fucking
process is a
time.
bit different to most social clubs. We require a sponsor.
Sounds simple enough.
Well, you see, we ask that sponsors be people who have passed on into the spirit world. Once you name your sponsor, I will attempt communication
Jesus.
beyond the ether. When they answer, you will be judged and considered for membership.
Looking for a sponsor. I've got a sponsor. Joking, right?
What are you looking for in a sponsor?
A willingness to communicate from beyond the ether. Open-mindedness, a desire for truth. In other words, all the qualities of a member of the Spectre Society. Actually, we've had former members who have passed on act as sponsors before.
Okay, for some reason my bloody tablet just disconnected.
I've got a sponsor.
Excellent. What is the name of your sponsor, darling?
What has it done? Oh, there we go. Again. That's handy. I just killed my partner. Make up a name. Bill Legier. Who was Bill Ledger?
Bill Leger is my sponsor.
Was it the guy?
Seriously, Fordham? I thought you knew better than that.
Bill Leger. Very well. I will attempt to communicate with him.
She can do this all day. It's not gonna work.
Oh wait, that
I'm
was my
sorry,
partner.
But I'm having trouble communicating. Perhaps you can come back and try again later.
See? Told you.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
Oh, he was right there as well, if all things are correct. Okay, so oh, a hitching post.
I wonder if Philip's steam-powered carriages will ever make those things go out of fashion.
Interesting, interesting. Right, I guess we'll come back here later because we're gonna have to figure out a way of getting in there somehow. I don't know. Cool. Well, at least we've given it a go. Lending office, Harris's construction yard. Oh, I think we spoke to Mrs. Davis, right?
Hello again, Mr. Ford.
We did. I don't remember what she told us. Oh, she got knocked out. She drank a cup of tea, and then when she drank that, she fell asleep. And then when she woke up, the baby had gone, and she was getting woken up by the father and the mother, I think. So, yeah.
May the spirits guide your path.
Oh, so is she into spirits as well? Maybe she could be our sponsor when she dies. She looks like she's about to die very soon. Who wears purple pants? I guess so. This guy as well.
We say to Harris and his cronies, no, we will not stand for this.
Well, someone certainly wasn't shy about making their opinion known.
Murderers. Why are people not happy about this?
Pardon me, are you Arthur Devons by any chance?
Yes. Who are you?
Miles Fordham, private investigator. Could I ask you a few questions?
Guess so, yeah.
Threatening protest, torn fabric button.
You recognize this letter, Mr. Devons?
Oh, right, okay.
That wasn't meant for you.
I found it at the home of Mr. Malcolm Harris. He tells me you've been sending quite a few of these to his father.
Me and everyone else would had someone killed by that devil machine. I'm not the only one, you know.
Perhaps not, but he told me you were the most persistent.
So, yeah, we found a threatening letter in the household, and they kind of said, well, this guy's an enemy. He could have potentially kidnapped the kid in some way. But, yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure this game is going to lean very heavily on red herrings, it seems, maybe. You never know. But, I mean, most detective games do
What we got against the Harris family?
The family? Don't know nothing about the family. The only one I got a problem with is Clyde Harris, the one who owns this yard. He's just like all those other rich bastards with their heads in the clouds. The man don't care about the dead. He just wants to make as much money as he can. I'm just trying to make him realize how wrong he is.
By threatening him.
Do you know anything about the kidnapping of Charles Harris?
Charles Harris? Who's that?
Clyde Harris's grandson.
I didn't even know we had a grandson. I can't believe someone with a grandkid, a family, would want more flying death in the air. How many more people have to die before someone realizes that steam machines are evil? People will kill their own mams for a crown these days.
What happened to this dude? Also, I can't remember what they actually make. It can't be airplanes. What do they make? I can't remember.
Mr. Harris told me you send a bag of chicken bones and dust along with your letters. Why is that?
Chicken bones? Dust? Nah, that's not right. I've only sent letters.
Oh.
Certain of that?
Yes, as sure as I'm standing here.
Right. And I'm the queen. I get the feeling this guy will crack if we figure out what the significance of his little gift is.
Oh. So we do actually think he sent that.
Why are you out here protesting?
Because what Harris Construction is doing ain't right. I lost my wife in the...
I think he likes the Steam Deck. Nobody liked the Steam machines for good reason.
Hundreds of people were affected by that disaster. And now these bastards are making another airship. It's like a slap in the face to everyone who died. I just can't understand it.
What do you hope to accomplish by protesting?
Simple. We want construction of the Lenore stopped and a full investigation into the Lygia disaster. Not only that, we want compensation for our losses. Royal Maverick took care of all the families of those on board, but the families of the ones in the park didn't get a single copper. It just isn't fair. We aim to make things right. After that, it'll just be a matter of time before people realize that there's no future in steam tech, and they'll call the whole thing off.
Ah, the innocence of the downtrodden. I wish I could be as naive as them. It would have made my life a lot easier.
Definitely have a lot against it. I'm wondering if it's like Tucker Jerb kind of mentality here, more than anything. Kind of seems that way.
You must have loved your wife very much.
Are you joking? I loved her more than there are stars in the sky. She was my whole world, Mr. Fordham, the light of my life. It's been nothing but cold and dark since she was killed. You're married, aren't you, Mr. Fordham? I see a ring on your finger.
I am, yes.
Then take my advice. Appreciate every moment you have with her. You never know when she'll be ripped out of your life, leaving you with nothing.
You know, this fella was actually pretty wise. Maybe we misjudged him.
Is that gonna like be a foreshadowing? I hope not.
Does this piece of fabric look familiar to you?
Looks like it came from some fancy jacket. The type you'd expect to see on the snobs in Leon. I could never afford clothes like that in a million years.
Do you recognize this button?
Can't say I do, but it looks handmade. I wonder how long it will be before the poor soul who crafted that button gets booted into the street, replaced with some steam-belching contraption.
Yeah, exactly, Chelsea.
You seem very dedicated to your cause.
I'll take that as a compliment, Mr. Fordham.
There's quite a lot of people who are against steam tech, aren't there?
Yes, the movement is gaining ground and growing rapidly, I'm pleased to say.
I've heard stories about some more extreme members. Do you know anything about that?
You mean the Redites? Sure, I've heard of them. Even met a few. But if you think I'm telling you anything else beyond that, you're sorely mistaken.
Are you a member of the Redites, Mr. Devons?
No. I prefer more peaceful methods of making my voice heard. Now, if you don't mind, I think we should drop the subject.
Good day to you, Mr. Devons.
You too, Mr. Fordham.
Why, Mr. Devons? If you like to be the peaceful man that you say,
the time has come to reach.
Why are we not talking about the aggressive people, huh?
They take our family.
You don't mind it, do you, Arthur? Arthur Devons.
Won't stand for this injustice any longer.
Threatened to set the steam on him. I'm curious to know what happened to his wife. Like, this is your weekly reminder of how much I hate you because of you. My wife is dead. My wife was a wonderful woman, and you have taken her from me. I hope. I don't remember. It must have got mentioned at some point, but I don't remember why. He'll talk. He came home and found his wife in bed with the steam and had to break down. Fucking split her in twain after that.
Clyde Harris has no concern for the people who...
Elect Hart Leroy, the man of the people. I think that's preaching to the choir around here. Don't these people have jobs they need to go to?
No, the steam took them away. Haven't you been listening?
That is an impressive piece of machinery.
Oh, it's the blimps. Ah, okay. I'm assuming a blimp.
I suddenly remembered a joke. What's the difference? One is a greatly disliked and untrustworthy sack of hot air, and the other is the HMS Lenore.
Between who?
I suddenly remembered it.
Oh, Chief Snelling. Okay.
Lads, we will not just stand by and watch it.
Hey, that's me every night with my Steam Deck. I'm playing Final Fantasy VII Remake every night. I've been in bed with Steam every night for however long. I don't know, Chelsea. For a while now. Oh. Okay. Let's go to the lending office.
Hello, sir. Welcome to LaFay Lenders. I'm the owner, Chester LaFay. Are you looking to take out a loan?
Not today, I'm afraid. I'm Miles Fordham, a private investigator.
Look, I don't know what you've heard, but I run a clean business here. I don't need any trouble.
And I'm not here to cause any, for the moment.
Just keep your nose where it belongs. We should get along fine.
How is that game? It's incredible. If you enjoyed the original Final Fantasy VII, it's a great addition to that game. And doesn't take away from the original, or adds stuff in a good way. It's very, very good. This is the second time I've played through it because I want to get through it so I can be prepared for Rebirth, which I've already bought. I'm just waiting at the moment. Waiting. Right. Let's chat to this fine fellow.
Mr. LaFay, I'd like to ask you some questions.
Fine, but keep it brief.
Only thing I've seen from the remakes I dislike is that it looks like every boss is a bullet sponge. I suppose so. I think that's just the nature of JRPGs, though. They're definitely on par with how they are in the original games. So yeah. Even though they're bullet spongy, it's still very fun to... it feels like there's kind of like a puzzle trying to figure out how to defeat a load of them, because there's always certain ways of doing it. It's definitely fun. Definitely fun.
Tell me what you know about Malcolm Harris.
Ah, Mr. Harris. Took out a loan about a month ago. Still hasn't paid me back. In fact, he sent along a letter yesterday saying he was having an emergency and needed more time. I probably should have refused to do business with him. As soon as he walked through the door, I could tell his type.
What type is that?
Upper class, bored with his life, trying to escape and doing it through vice. In his case, gambling.
This guy is good. Maybe you can pursue money lending if the whole private investigator thing doesn't work out.
But for some reason, I pitied him and decided to give him the loan anyway. Compassion isn't exactly an asset in this business, you see.
Nothing to worry about in your case, then.
Aside from that, I don't know anything about him. I prefer to keep how much I know about my clients to a minimum. Makes things easier for me.
Fair enough.
Are you aware that Malcolm's son, Charles, was kidnapped last night?
I had no idea he even had a son. As I said, I don't ask my clients too many personal questions. Though now you've told me, I suppose that would explain the emergency you mentioned in his letter. Poor guy.
More strategy than... Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, the strategy in 7 feels simplistic in nature compared to the remake now, so definitely more.
Exactly how much did Mr. Harris borrow from you?
Is that relevant to your investigation?
It would help to have an idea of exactly how much he owes you, yes.
I don't feel comfortable telling you the exact amount, but I will say it was over 500 crowns.
A considerable sum.
It was 501 crowns.
I shouldn't have done it, but I'll get the money back one way or another.
Oh, damn. God damn. God damn. It sounds like he's got a reason. Although this guy seems relatively nice. That's quite
What's your
deceiving.
policy regarding people who don't pay their loans back?
There are a few options. For the first 3 months or so, I'll send them a letter reminding them. After that, I start to threaten them with legal action. You wouldn't believe some of the things people do to avoid paying back their loans. One client went so far as to fake his own death.
Do you ever employ any more unusual methods?
Now wait just a minute. I see where this is going. Mr. Fordham, I'm a family man myself. If you're implying that I would stoop to kidnapping someone's child as collateral...
I never said that, Mr. LaFay.
Look, I have a family to consider. I'm not about to go getting my hands dirty when there's plenty of legitimate ways to handle the situation.
I got very distracted then, because Dexter is currently in his radio bed, which is very cute. It's not cute when he starts going whisker deep into his biscuit. It's a bit much to just have in the corner of my eye whilst I'm playing this game. So yeah, he took offense to us kind of hinting at the fact that kidnapping could be seen as a way to get his money back. Don't air his dirty laundry on the internet, then he shouldn't be doing it in public.
Take a look at this piece of fabric. Does it look familiar to you?
Sure, it looks like it came from a jacket. In fact, yes, it's the same fabric as the jacket I'm wearing.
Oh.
Would you mind if I took a look at your jacket?
Sure, not a problem. Here.
Ooh, let's see if we can find a rip. This was fabric left behind on the during the kidnapping, which is interesting. Could have been left here on by someone else. Can't see any rips. Is there a button missing? I don't think there's a button missing either. Interesting. I can't see. It'd most likely be in the arm somewhere, right? In the sleeves. But there's nothing. Kinda wanna. Oh. Yeah, I don't. It doesn't seem to have anything on it.
No tears in mine, huh?
Not a one. You clearly take good care of your clothing.
I don't mean to discourage you, Mr. Fordham, but I've seen a lot of people with this style of jacket. Hell, even Malcolm has one. I remember he was wearing it when he came in here.
I see. Thank you for the information, Mr. LeFay.
Huh. That's weird. Okay.
That's the latest model Computron. They don't come cheap. LeFay must be doing pretty well for himself.
Takes a little bit of time. Yeah, I think Twitch. Oh, again, Twitch just fucked
I
up.
shudder to think how many people's financial freedoms are locked away in that cabinet.
Unfortunate HK, you are not the
Do you
thing.
suppose LeFay turns the heat up to put some pressure on his clients? Must be soothing for LeFay to be able to look at this landscape while he sits at his desk. LeFay with a woman and a small girl. I wouldn't have taken him for a family man. He actually has a degree in business from the University of New Britannia? What a waste.
I guess I'm gonna go talk to the father then? I mean, he mentioned Malcolm, which I think is the father. So, yeah.
Oh, Mr. Fordham. Oh, thank God you're back.
What's going on?
Our butler just brought this in. He found it stuck to the gate outside.
Harris family, we have your son. If you ever want to see him again, you must stop building the new new airship. We are not joking. Interesting. I mean, spelled the same. But I don't know if he'd be stupid enough to do this, right? Unless he heard the news and he's yeah, it might be because he heard the news, and even if he hasn't taken the son, he's going to actually attribute it to the airships in some way. They might be on Steam, to be fair. A lot of games tend to have soundtracks that you can buy from on Steam as well. Probably on YouTube.
I have some questions for you, Mr. Harris.
Yes, of course.
What is your opinion of this ransom note?
It's obvious who sent it, Mr. Fordham. Why are you wasting your time here? Go arrest Mr. Devons!
Those are all the questions I had for now.
All right.
You don't know it's Mr. Devons, do you? Come on. Right, so I'm assuming the jacket that he has is potentially in this wardrobe?
You don't suppose... How about that?
It It matches the piece of torn fabric perfectly.
So, this means...
It could mean many things. The only thing that's certain is that a piece of this jacket ended up on the floor of the nursery.
Seems like something worth asking Mr. Harris about.
Interesting. Interesting. Again, might just be a coincidence. Might be someone planted that as well. You never know. Still gonna ask him about it though.
I have some questions for you, Mr. Harris.
Yes, of course.
Mr. Harris, do you recall the torn piece of fabric I found in the nursery?
Yes, what about it?
As it turns out, one of the jackets in your wardrobe has a tear exactly the same size and shape as this one. Would you care to tell me how that happened?
That can't be.
I'm afraid it is. So explain it.
I have no explanation. The truth is, I haven't worn that jacket in weeks. I've no idea how it was torn.
Are you suggesting someone else took your jacket and wore it when the child was taken?
I don't know. Perhaps someone is trying to make it look as though I... But that's absurd. Why would I kidnap my own son?
Why indeed, Mr. Harris?
You really think he kidnapped his own son, Miles? Seems more likely he was set up. But he also doesn't strike me as a terribly good parent. Maybe it would serve him right to be blamed for this. We've done our part. The police can handle the search for the missing baby.
Those are all the questions I had for now.
All right.
That's a bit weird of a friend to say. Although he's a suspect. Ah, right, so... I can close the case now and just say that he did it, but... I don't know. Teeth is better than Aerith. I don't know if I have, like, too much opinion. I'd be closer to Aerith. A little bit closer to Aerith. But I'll be honest, they're both on a similar scale, in my opinion. Oh, let's see what she has.
I have some questions for you if you're up to answering them, Mrs. Harris.
I'll try my best, Mr. Fordham.
Did you read the ransom note?
No, Malcolm wouldn't let me. He said I was already too upset.
That's all for now, Mrs. Harris.
Very well.
Okay, well, waste of my fucking time. What the fuck? Okay. Okay, so we've got some testimonies here now as well. So we've got torn fabric, which we've... Oh, it has an emblem sewn on with the initials SS. Huh, okay. Loose button. A single loose button found in the baby's crib. Comes from Barney, the child's stuffed bear, not found at the scene, so... Still need to find that. Stubs from the local horse racing track with yesterday's date on them. Mrs. Davis said she was drinking tea in the living room from around 8:30 p.m. and passed out and was awoken 2 hours later by Mrs. Harris. Heard the sound of smashing glass. Malcolm Harris borrowed a large amount of money, over £500, sent a telegram saying he had an emergency to get more time to pay the loan back. According to Chester LaFay, the style of jacket from which the torn fabric comes from is extremely common. Even Mr. Harris owns one. Okay. I guess we're just going to have to go through some of the other places again. We've learnt a few more bits and pieces, but there's probably some other stuff that we need to learn. I don't think there's anyone here that has a jacket. No.
HMS
Well, Arthur Davis.
Mr. Devins?
Oh, Devins. Sorry, not Davis.
Mr. Devins, can you tell me about this note?
I've never seen that before in my life.
Are you sure about that?
Absolutely. It's as I told you. I had nothing to do with that boy's kidnapping. I didn't even know he existed until you told me. Remember?
Yeah. And that note conveniently showed up right after you had that conversation. Let him stew in his own lines. His unique way of spelling is all the evidence we need to tie him to the note.
Very well, Mr. Devins. Forget I asked. Good day to you, Mr. Devins.
You too, Mr. Fordham.
So does that mean that he can be classified as a suspect as well? I'll have a look at the case notes again. Don't know. No, so we only have Malcolm Harris still. Spectre Society, which I still want to go to. Let's come back here.
Hello?
Have another chat. The old windbag.
For you, Mrs. Davis.
All right.
You know who's better than both of them? Cloud.
I couldn't help but notice that chest full of dolls in the corner.
Oh, that. Oh, I know it must look a bit strange, but I pick up old and broken dolls so they can be repaired and donated to orphanages. It's my way of giving back to the community and helping poor children who have nothing to play with.
Well, what a kind soul. I wish she would find less creepy ways to express her altruism.
Thank you for your time, Mrs. Davis.
Oh, you're very welcome.
Learn more about her hobby. I got an
I suppose
achievement
it's for a
that.
good cause, but that doesn't make it any less disturbing. These are all books on spiritual.
See, she's with the occult as well.
It's a spirit reaching out to a very frightened man. This looks like a mourning portrait of a young woman. Painting of a tower on a painting of a misty forest. Her Majesty Queen Jessica. Pretty distinguished looking gentleman. The Harris family doesn't seem to hold the comfort of their servants in very high regard. I think a bed of nails would... Seems like that boiler's the only thing in here that's less than 10 years old. My mother had a pewter teapot as well. Always made the tea taste funny. The boy taking a nap under a tree while his dog runs around in the distance. That brings back some good memories. Another Harris hand-me-down, no doubt.
Okay.
I'll be going now, Mrs. Davis.
May the spirits guide.
Yeah, so... Don't know.
Oh, hello again. How may I help you?
I'd like to name a new sponsor.
Yes, of course. Who is your new sponsor?
I'm gonna make up a name.
I'd like my sponsor to be Alfred Banks.
Very good. I will attempt to contact the spirit. I'm sorry, but I'm having trouble communicating. Perhaps you can come back and try again later?
Too dark to tell what's inside. They must enjoy the somber atmosphere.
No shit.
I wouldn't like to have a street lamp right outside my window. Not without a good set of thick curtains, anyway.
But when I was alive, good times. Remember when I wasn't getting shot by my partner? Good times. Let's go to a coffee shop, I guess. I'm not ready to give in this mission because obviously there's way more to figure out, but...
Can we talk?
Go on, I'm listening.
How's work going?
Hectic as usual. Crime in this city seems to be getting worse and worse every day.
I suppose that's the price of progress.
God help us if they ever actually discover that ethericity stuff then. Things between you and Adelaide getting any better?
I'm really not sure. They haven't gotten worse, but things haven't been the same between us since Bill died.
Well, you need to figure things out, or everything is just going to explode in your face one of these days.
Thanks for the vote of confidence, Upton.
I'm merely speaking from experience. If I'd seen the warning signs of Harold sooner, it would have saved me quite the headache. At least your marriage seems like it's still worth saving.
What's the other case you mentioned? The one you said was a higher priority.
Well, it seems we might have a mass murderer on our hands.
Oh. Don't say.
That's right. I didn't say because I shouldn't say. But so far, we've had
Then
3
why did you
murders with
say?
very similar MO in the past 2 months. Snelling is trying his hardest to keep it under wraps since the newspapers already caught wind of the first 2.
I don't envy the department there. I'm happy to stick with the missing persons and domestic disputes.
God exploded your partner's face.
Can we go over my current case?
Of course. What have you got?
I found this torn piece of fabric at the crime scene. It's got an emblem with some initials on it.
I recognize that emblem.
Oh.
It's from Solomon Stitching, a little tailor shop in Lyon. My ex-husband had several jackets from there.
Sorry to dredge up old memories, but do you remember where they're located?
I believe it's on the corner of Bonneville Street and Surratt Avenue.
Fantastic. You're helpful as always, Upton.
Nice.
I found this button at the crime scene. The child's nanny identified it as the eye of his stuffed bear.
Did you find the bear at the scene?
No, the kidnapper must have taken it as well.
Interesting.
Either the kidnapper is very compassionate, or it's someone who knew the child. I spoke with Henrietta Davis, the Harris family nanny.
A sensible place to start. What did she have to say?
She claims to have been unconscious when the kidnapping took place.
She must be an extremely heavy sleeper.
I don't believe so. The way she described it made it sound like she was drugged.
Interesting. Definitely worth looking into, I'd say.
Have you ever heard of the Spectre Society?
I think so. They're some sort of ghost hunting club, aren't they?
A spiritualist group, yes.
Don't tell me this case has taken a turn for the supernatural.
Not exactly. It's just come up as a potential lead. I'm having some trouble getting in, though. They want me to name a sponsor who's dead.
Just when I thought I'd heard everything. Well, bluffing with some random name probably won't get you very far.
You're right. It would make more sense to try finding a name that would mean something to them. That's enough about the case for now.
Okay.
Okay. Oh, that was weird. Right.
That's it, I think.
Then you'd better get back to it.
It's a supernatural. Supernatural. By Edgar Wright. Okay, so do we have a new place to go to then, maybe? A tailor shop? Yay! Look at this old bastard.
Sir, welcome to Solomon Stitching. I'm Jonah Solomon. Please let me know if I can help you with anything.
The design of that coat looks awfully familiar.
Does indeed.
Mr. Solomon?
Yes, sir. How may I be of service? Oh, let me guess. You're looking to replace that old coat. It looks like it's got quite a few stories it could tell me.
You should listen to the man, Miles. He clearly knows what he's talking about.
Not today, I'm afraid. There's still a few more stories it has left to tell. Actually, I was wondering if I could ask you a few questions.
Questions? Very well, but if they aren't about tailoring, I don't know how much help I'll be.
I'm trying to think, Chelsea. It's supernatural. It's like a whole nother level. I don't know what that's from. I don't. What's it from? I completely forgot about that one. Supernatural. Well, for God's sake. Well, it doesn't happen very often. Want a hint? Yeah, let's go for it. Give me a hint. Ben Stella says it. No, it's the supernatural. It's like a whole other level. Oh, yeah, it's Pick of Destiny. yeah, that's a good one. Oh dear. Nice. Nice. I like that one. That's a good quote. Good quote.
This is a nice shop you have. I never even knew it existed.
Well, better late than never, I always say. Life has a funny way of always taking us where we need to go in the end.
True. Although I think it's easy to miss out on things from time to time.
Oh, of course. It's easy to overlook the details, but in the grand scheme of things, you'll end up where you need to be. And in this case, you ended up here. So, please, feel free to take a look around. Let me know if you find anything you like.
I found this piece of torn fabric with your emblem on it. Can you tell me anything about it?
Yes. Brown, wool, houndstooth. This is from one of the more popular jackets I sell.
And here I thought my ability to name ales within 5 seconds of tasting them was good. This fella has me beat.
Do you have any of them in stock currently?
Well, sure. I've got one on the display dummy over there.
Is there any way you can tell me who you've sold them to?
Oh, I don't think so. I've sold at least 20 in the past month. As I said, it's a very popular style.
Is there anything you can tell me about this button?
Looks like it's made of wood. Not very well crafted either. Definitely not from one of my products.
We already know where
How'd
that
you get
comes
into
from
this
anyway.
business, Mr. Solomon?
I was always good with a needle and thread. When I was a boy in Poland, I would help my mother with her sewing. Then, during the war with Russia, I fixed uniforms and stitched up wounds. Not long after that, I moved to Vespuccia, settled here in New
Vespuccia
was in the Chum, but thankfully I was very successful and was able to move to Lyon. I won't lie to you, this location is much, much nicer. It's refreshing to not have to step over drunken hobos when I open and close the shop.
Oh, but that's part of the charm of owning a business in the Chum.
Not much else to say beyond that. My business is my life.
You seem very dedicated to your craft.
That's right. You won't see any of that newfangled steam-powered nonsense in here. Everything is done by hand and with care. I use only the finest quality materials and stitch every thread myself. And that's the way it's gonna stay as long as I'm around. It's worked for 45 years. There's no reason to change as far as I'm concerned.
I'll be taking my leave of you now, Mr. Solomon.
Very good.
He stole his wife too. There was some steam that blew up my wife's skirt. I wasn't having it, I said. I called her a hussy and that was it. I wiped my hands of it. She left the house. I kept everything. And this is where we are today.
My grandmother had one like that. I think it was meant to be relaxing, but it always felt like my time was running out. Now that it has, well, it actually is relaxing. Go figure. This guy has been in business forever.
Next thing I know, I see her walking down the street hand in hand with the steam. My friend, he looks at me and he says, "How are they doing that? It's steam." And I said, "That bastard, he took my wife. He stole her." And my friend turned to me and said, "How do you know it's gender?" And I said, "I don't know." I can just tell.
Isaac Samuels, the prime minister who freed the slaves. They say even his enemies wept on the day he died. I sure hope I get to meet him someday. Quite the selection, but I doubt the typical clientele of this place buys off the rack. Come to think of it, I have seen plenty of people wearing that design. No tears in this one, though. That cloth will be a garment soon. A vest, by the looks of it. Or maybe I'm completely wrong, and it's a treasure map. Judging from the position and the lock, this is likely where Mr. Solomon keeps his money. Impressive collection of pattern books. I wish I'd known about this guy when I was alive. I'd have asked him to make me a suit for my funeral.
What around the office is that Steve has a fat cock? What the Oh my god. You got problems. I feel like Mrs. Davis would be able to give me a name that would make sense. I couldn't stop myself. No, yeah, that's the.
Hello again.
Give me a name. Give me a name.
I have some questions for
Start shaking the shit out of Mrs. David. Give me a name.
That's a lovely portrait. Who is it of?
That is my late husband, Jonathan. He used to attend meetings of the Spectre Society. I tried to get him to be more in tune with the other side, but I think he was just humoring me. He was a good man. Everyone at the society cared for him very much.
Thank you for your time, Mrs. Davis.
Oh, you're very welcome.
Well, Mrs. Davis, we're going to use that name to further my exploits. This is your fault, of course, because you told us his name. Of course, he was my husband before the steam took him. That Steve was a devious bastard. And he had a fat cock too. How were you able to tell they had a fat cock? Oh, you could see. He fucked me up with it.
I'll be going now, Mrs. Davis.
May the spirits guide your path.
Yeah, Spectre Society. I got really distracted there. Before I do, I might just quickly go get another drink. I won't be long. I'll quickly put an ad in as well so we don't get... Oh, we've already got a fucking ad. Well, drink time.
Schnipp, schnapp! Ah, ah, da, ja! Ich bin Schnappi, das Krokodil! Ha? Komm aus Ägypten, direkt am Nil! Ja!
And we're back. I'm guessing there wasn't a wire. And I'm guessing there was a bones there. Very nice, very nice. Thank you, Chelsea. Right, let's give this old bastard's name. Or this dead bastard's name, I guess. Ah, nice one, Chelsea.
Oh, hello again. How may I help you?
Ooh, Jessica. Sorry, Jessica. We're going to ask, what did you think of the state of play? State of play? State of play. Missing your opinion on things. Took my life. I don't know why that came up in my head again. This is my silent dog.
I'd like to name a new sponsor.
Yes, of course. Who is your new sponsor?
Jonathan Davis is my sponsor.
You knew Jonathan? He was such a kind man. Yes, I can feel his presence, and it
sure
speaks positively of you. Please, come in, Mr. Fordham. I am Angela Maxwell, the founder of the Spectre Society. Welcome.
Oh, she's got red eyes.
Offer you some refreshments?
Why has she got red eyes?
Or tea, perhaps?
You're very kind, but I'm afraid I must decline right now.
Well, please let me know if you change your mind.
Why should
Would you look at this place? It's like a candy store for psychics.
Fucking weird. Mayor overall, I don't Don't know why we need Days Gone. Yeah, I think I speculated that it's just a refresh in terms of just software updates of the engine or whatever. Because I speculate that it's potentially not going to come to PC. Or I would be very disappointed if it came to PC, because even though they add like extra game modes and stuff, doubt we'll be getting VR with it, which is coming to the PlayStation. And I also think have a pretty certain feeling that we already have the better graphics in the current version. You know, evil or a vampire or both, because of the red eyes. A lot of weird things going on here.
Those are some creepy twin girls. I could see a passing resemblance to Miss Maxwell, actually.
Oh.
Could I ask you about some things, Miss Maxwell?
Certainly, darling.
Oh, she doesn't have red eyes here. What the hell?
What can you tell me about the Spectre Society?
Where to begin? I formed this club 2 years ago, right after I moved to New
Not much of a club. I don't see
During
anyone
our
else
meetings,
here.
We discuss our
Unless it's all
experiences
ghosts.
with paranormal phenomena and organize investigations.
What sort of investigations?
We look into places all around the city which have been reported as haunted. New Britannia is teeming with the spirits of those killed during the French and British takeovers of the city. Not only that, but there is a prevalence of mystic religious practices here in Gascon, brought over by immigrants from the Antilles.
Fascinating.
There are plenty of books on the subject over there in the bookcase, if you're interested in learning more.
I just gotta let Dexter out. I hate it when you scratch at the door, Dexter. That sounds really bad before. He's had it with the radiator bed for now. Dreamy's payout.
Do you know anything about the kidnapping of Charles Harris?
I'm afraid I haven't heard anything about any kidnappings, darling. If you wish, I can commune with the spirits and see if I can help locate your missing person.
That won't be necessary, Miss Maxwell, though I appreciate the offer.
Linda Walker.
I spoke with Henrietta Davis, and she mentioned one of your other members, Linda Walker. Can you tell me anything about her?
Linda. Poor dear. Of all our members, she is the one I feel for the most.
Why is that?
She's had a tragic life, but I believe the Spectre Society has helped her greatly. Not only has she made a good friend in Henrietta, she's also dealt with her grief in a positive way. She has devoured my collection of books, educated herself on many subjects. I would say she's become an expert on clairvoyance and metempsychosis. It's always nice to know that the club can help those who have suffered.
Do you see her often?
Yes, she comes by about once or twice a week.
Oh wow, this opened up quite a lot.
What can you tell me about Linda and Henrietta's friendship?
It's so lovely to see them together at the meetings. They're practically inseparable. It's quite sweet. They often leave messages for each other in the guest book. When Linda found out that Henrietta was taking care of an infant, she even gave her a toy bear for the child. I remember Linda lighting up with excitement when she asked about him. She really loves children. It's such a terrible shame about... But please, let's discuss something more pleasant, shall we, darling?
Oh. Something's coming up here.
I'm sorry, what was it you said? Madam Psy, what?
Metempsychosis, darling. It's a philosophical term which comes from ancient Greece. It refers to the transmigration of the soul after death.
Is that anything like reincarnation?
Essentially, yes. There's a book on the subject over in the bookcase, which can tell you far more than I possibly could.
Okay. I guess you aren't very learned, are you, then?
What's this tragic story about Linda you mentioned?
Oh, dear. I probably shouldn't say.
Just say it. Come on. Oh, I think you most definitely should. Knowing more about Linda could help me find a missing child. What are you afraid... What? Are you afraid Spirit's gonna tell on you?
Miss Maxwell, I'm going to be frank. I'm investigating a kidnapping, and Mrs. Walker is a person of interest. I need to know as much about her as possible to help me solve this case. Do I make myself clear?
Well, if it will help, Linda was married to a man named Thomas. Together, they had a son named Alexander. Thomas revealed himself to be a terribly cruel man. When he gave himself over to the drink, he would fly into rages and beat both Linda and the boy. One day, she came home to find both her son and husband dead.
My God, what happened?
The police ruled it a murder-suicide. Poisoning.
God damn.
Linda has been trying to make contact with Alexander's spirit for the past year or so, but has had no luck. It really is a terrible tragedy.
Nice little Wayne's World reference there, Chelsea.
Do you know Linda Walker's address?
I'm afraid not, darling. Linda has always been somewhat private, and that's not something I consider to be crucial information.
Do you know any way I can find her?
You could always come back for our next meeting. It will be the first Thursday of next month.
By then, we'll have completely lost track of Charles. There has to be another way of finding Linda.
What made you decide to start up this club?
I began communing with the spirits at a very early age. My twin sister, Rachel, died after falling into an icy pond when we were 8 years old.
I'm very sorry, Miss Maxwell.
Oh, I appreciate your sympathy, darling, but don't feel too bad. Rachel began speaking to me shortly after that. She has served as my spirit guide ever since.
Spirit guide? You mean you still speak with her?
Oh, yes. Every day. In fact, I was just speaking with her before you arrived. As I grew older, I realized there were others in the world who were also able to communicate with spirits, and those who had an interest in what lies beyond the ether. And so, once I moved to New Britannia, I decided to start up this club so we could gather and share our experiences.
Do you suppose she can hear what I'm saying? Hey, Angela, try a bit less eyeshadow, would you? You look like a purple raccoon. Nothing. Clearly a fraud. Ah, well.
I was wondering.
Yes?
When you communicate with the
Being
spirit,
sassy.
are you able to stop?
If I wish them to leave me, yes. I bid them farewell, and they usually depart back into the ether.
What about the more persistent ones?
You do remember I'm right here, don't you?
Well, just between you and me. Those spirits are best dealt with by having the other kind of spirits. Quiets them right down.
I prefer soporific myself.
Oh? You hear the voices of the spirits as well, Mr. Fordham. But of course, now the reason for your visit to the Spectre Society is obvious. Do you see? All our paths eventually become clear. I'm glad yours has brought you here.
Oh, wonderful. Now she started rhyming. Don't get any funny ideas about telling her about me. She may be a lunatic, but that's no reason to expose yourself as one, too.
I don't hear the voices of all spirits, just one.
Miles, what are you doing?
Ah, you have a spirit guide.
I mean, I might as well.
Tell me more, darling.
I wouldn't call him a spirit guide so much as a spirit nag.
This is a very, very bad idea.
Why?
Do you know who this spirit is?
Yes, it's my former detective partner, Bill. I shot him on our last case together.
You shot him?
He was on a roof being held at knife point by a burglar. They were too close. I took the shot, but missed, and hit my partner instead.
Oh my, you poor darling. Is he angry with you?
Well, he is now. He doesn't think it's a good idea to tell others about him, but normally he's the same as he was in life. He just wants me to find the man responsible for his death. I've told him I'm really the one responsible, but he insists it's the burglar.
I see. This is quite the unfortunate situation. My advice to you is this. Spirits often know best. You do well to listen to him about keeping his presence to yourself. Not everyone is as open-minded as we members of the Spectre Society.
Huh. Maybe I misjudged her.
I know. It's been hardest keeping this from my wife, but I can't drive her away. She's all I've really got left.
Your story has touched me, Mr. Fordham. I will do everything I can to help you and your spirit guide find peace. If I find anything out which might help you, I will contact you personally.
Thank you, Miss Maxwell. I appreciate it.
Well, that could have turned out
good.
much worse.
Yeah.
I'm warning you, Miles. Tell anyone else about me, and I won't be so forgiving.
Thank you for the information. It was
What the fuck are
very
you gonna do?
enlightening.
It was my pleasure, darling.
Sick. Okay. Cool. That worked. Dexter's clawing at the door. I don't know if I want to bring him in though, because I feel like he's going to be very in and out. Well, I guess this is metempsychosis from the Greek meta, expressing change, and psyche, soul. He might want his bed again. We went and ate and then came straight back to eat. Yeah, I still think he's going to be in and out though. I don't think he'll want to go back onto the bed. Psyche refers to the philosophical idea of transmigration of the soul at the time of death. That is to say, the reincarnation of the soul is another human or animal. It's thought to have originated with Orpheus in the 6th century BC. Orpheus proclaimed that the body and soul were two separate entities chained together in life. Upon death, this bond was dissolved and the divine soul was freed from its corporeal prison. However, until the soul attained absolute purity, it was fated to continue the cycle of reincarnation. Deeds done in life would affect the soul's purity and determine how much longer its spiritual journey would go on before ascending to heaven. The theory postulates that the soul of a human or animal will be transferred to another living being. Some characteristics or personality traits of the soul are usually preserved throughout reincarnations. For example, eye color or an affinity towards a particular person or item. There is some debate regarding the exact nature of the transfer of souls, but it is generally accepted that a human soul will transfer to an animal which is already alive. A soul belonging to an animal or human transferred to a human will enter a body at birth and not one which is already alive. Therefore, it can be useful to confirm a suspected reincarnation if the day of death, the birth for the old and new bodies, bodies is the same. I often think about that, like when someone dies and when there's a birth, and just like wonder, is this the same person? I don't know. One popular believed case of metempsychosis comes from medieval Germany, where two feuding families both met their ends. The last of one line was suspected of setting the other's stables on fire, during which the other perished. Soon after, a white horse took up residence at the surviving family's estate. While out riding, the estate caught fire, and the horse and rider ran into the flames, killing both. It is said that the horse was the reincarnation of the murdered heir, come back to seek revenge of his killer. Wow. Oh, members are free to borrow books as long as you check with
It's
me
nice of Miss
first.
Maxwell to let people borrow her books, even if they are all just a bunch of nonsense. And coming from me, that's really saying something.
Oh wow, there's quite a few. Oh, it's pretty crazy that you can just open up these books, because the other ones you couldn't. You could only open up her poetry book, I think, in the previous thing. Spontaneous combustion. Shit, we were going to talk about that at one point, weren't we, Chelsea? And yeah, I forgot about that. Spontaneous human combustion is a highly controversial subject, but remains popular among scholars and aficionados of the occult and unexplained. The term refers to death from a fire originating without any apparent source of external ignition. The fire is believed to start within the body of the victim. The 1823 book Medical Jurisprudence states the commonalities in recorded cases of spontaneous human combustion, including the following characteristics. The victims are chronic alcoholics. They're usually elderly females. Why would that make a difference? They're dry as hell. Their hands and feet usually fall off. Jesus. The fire has caused very little damage to things around the body. A residue of greasy and fetid ashes is left behind. An illustration of two men finding a victim of spontaneous human combustion. Most physicians and investigators strongly believe that spontaneous human combustion is a product of alcoholism. Wild. Maybe if you had a certain amount of alcohol in your system. Is that how it works, though? If there's a lot of alcohol in your system and there was a fire source that happened, how would that happen within your system? I'm guessing I'll be coming back here at some point. Alcohol seems to always crop up. Interesting. Okay, let's get out of here.
Ooh, spooky. That ghost between the two people almost managed to look convincing.
Ignited inside the how does it do that, though? Because isn't it quite liquidy inside of everyone?
That's probably the storage case for the spirit board.
I think I've seen one of these before. What does it do?
It's a spirit board. We use it to contact spirits, and they in turn spell out a message with the letters on the board.
Well, I've got a message from Miss Maxwell if she ever tries to use a spirit board around me.
What a fascinating device. Exactly what does it do?
That is an etherometer. It's designed to pick up vibrations from the ether and translate messages from the spirits.
A great man once said to me, "Bill, you aren't going to get very far in life just staring at balls." He's dead now. But then again, so am I.
He's staring at his own
more
balls.
Traditionalist members.
A guest book.
There's quite a few members in this group.
Ooh, here we go. Brown. Being dehydrated too. Sophia Shaw, Thomas Gilbert, Linda Walker. Can't read that. Randall Faulkner, Henrietta Davis, Edward Lagrange, Cynthia Wilkins. Angela, the meeting was wonderful. Cynthia. Anyone interested in a used spirit board, please let Thomas know. Thank you. Linda, looking forward to having you over at the manor next week. Come around 8 p.m. and you can meet Charlie. 8 p.m.
There's quite a few.
Please ask the spirits to cure my son's illness. That's interesting, though. 8 p.m. It was a while ago last read about it. Yeah, we were meant to do that as a Yap thing as well, weren't we?
The plaque says Leonora Pattinson, seer. She looks like someone I would not want to fool around with. I never much cared for all that mystic stuff. Why should your life be dictated by a bunch of cards?
Let me just see if I can.
I don't think there's anything she.
Yeah. Sometimes when you look around at stuff, it looks like it creates other things to talk about.
I'll be going now.
May the spirits guide you to that which you seek.
For this time, I will leave now. I'm going to go to Mrs. Davis's quarter because I feel like she
Hello
will.
again, Mr. Fordham.
She will give us the location of this person.
I have some questions for you, Mrs. Davis.
All right.
Mrs. Davis, have you ever had Linda visit you at the Harris Manor?
Oh, no, of course not.
Then would you care to explain your note to her in the Spectre Society guest book?
Please, Mr. Fordham, I didn't mean to lie to you. It's just that it gets so lonely by myself in the house at
night.
So
shit.
every now and then, I invite Linda to come over for tea and some company.
I see. And when was the last time this happened?
2 nights ago. Please don't tell Mr. and Mrs. Harris, Mr. Fordham. If they found out what I was doing, they'd have me dismissed without a reference.
I won't, but I'd very much like to
I think they do more than that.
Walker. Do you have any idea where I can find her?
All I know is that she works as a seamstress at a shop in Lyon. but I don't know the name. I'm sorry, I can't be of any more help than that.
Thank you for your time, Mrs. Davis.
Oh, you're very welcome.
When I invited her, I expected the steam with that fat cock to come over. That would have been great company. My vibrator over here has gone wrong. Steam-based vibrator, I will say. It does get a little bit hot sometimes. It has scalded my pussy from time to time.
I'll be going now, Mrs. Davis.
May the spirits guide your path.
I'm guessing it's... Can a seamstress only be female?
Welcome back. Let me know if I can help you with anything.
I've got some more questions for you.
All right, I'll do my best to answer them.
No, okay. So is he the seamstress?
Do you by chance employ a seamstress named Linda Walker?
I do, yes.
Is she here?
No, she has the day off today, but she'll be in tomorrow.
Would it be possible to have her address?
Begging your pardon, but why should I give it to you?
Yeah, but is a because the word seamstress with the ESS at the end would indicate that it would be female, right? She's my sister and we've lost touch. Her son and mine were schoolmates. I have something to return.
I'm a private investigator, and it's crucial to this case.
Well, as I said, she'll be here tomorrow. You can ask her then.
It really is a matter of some urgency.
I'm sure it can wait a day. But if it were really that urgent, I would think the police would be involved, not a private investigator. I'm not obligated to tell you anything, so please, let's move on before I lose my patience.
What a cunt!
Please, Mr. Solomon, it's extremely important that I get Mrs. Walker's address.
So you said, but why should I?
Do I lie now? Do I lie?
I know I said I was a private investigator before, but there's a more delicate reason I want to speak with Mrs. Walker.
Oh?
Her son, Alexander, and mine were schoolmates. I just found a book he lent my son, and I wanted to return it. I've been trying to track her down for ages, and only just found out where she worked.
Oh, I see. It was a terrible tragedy what happened with her boy and her husband. I know how private Mrs. Walker is, but I'm sure she would appreciate you returning her son's book. All right. She lives at 403 St. Agnes Street.
Remember when you couldn't even bring yourself to trick people into thinking their shoelaces were untied? You've come a long way, Miles.
I'll be taking my leave of you now, Mr. Solomon.
Very good.
Very good. Right, it doesn't count as lying if you're investigating. True. I guess so. Chances that she's going to tell us to fuck off. Oh, look at that steam water here.
Some people would call that humming and hissing the sound of progress. I'd call it annoying. It says here that Linda Walker is in the upstairs apartment, and someone named Douglas Emafiel is under the stairs.
Huh. Let's go up then. Okay, Bill.
Nobody home. Now what?
Inside?
Still nobody home. You're only going to draw unwanted attention to yourself if you keep this up.
Alright, well maybe if we ask the guy downstairs. Have you seen anything weird, sir?
What? Who are you? Are you from the Steamworks?
Afraid not, sir.
He looks
Damn.
just like
Oh well, what can I do for you?
George Carlin. It looks just like George Carlin. Can you tell me anything about Linda Walker? Why did you ask if I was from Steamworks?
Do you know Linda Walker?
Of course. She lives upstairs. Who's asking?
I'm Miles Fordham. I'm trying to find Linda so I can speak with her.
What's your business with her?
I'm afraid that's private.
Well, she's out right now. You'll have to come back another time if you want to visit her.
Why did you think I was from the Steamworks?
Because I contacted them a few days ago when my boiler broke, and nobody has come to repair it yet. I should have known better. Those fools always take their time, if they even bother showing up at all. Meanwhile, I'm stuck in here with nothing but cold water. If I catch pneumonia and die, you'll know who to blame.
Jesus. Yourself.
Have you got any idea when Mrs. Walker will be back?
Not for a few days. She told me she was going away for a bit. Ah, that reminds me. She asked me to water her plants while she was gone. Just need to remember where I put the spare key.
Be a bit cheeky.
Did you say something about having a spare key to Mrs. Walker's apartment?
Sure, I'm her landlord. I look after the place when she's gone. Got a bit of a green thumb, that one, so she puts me in charge of watering her plants. The trip up is a bit of a pain, though. My hips aren't what they used to be.
I mean, I could water her plants if you needed me to. You know, that pesky hip, you don't want to fall down the stairs, crack your hip, crack your fat cock. Like, just leave it to me. I don't have a fat cock, so I can deal with it. I ain't got a fat cock weighing me down.
I'm a private detective, and it's of the utmost importance that I get that key from you.
You want to break your other hip.
Private detective. I don't have to do anything you say. You're not really the law. So nice try. But I'm not betraying Mrs. Walker's trust so easily.
He says that now, but I'm willing to bet he'd do it if it benefited him in some way.
Sorry to bother you, sir. I'll just be on my way.
Sorry,
It says here that Linda Walker is in the upstairs apartment, and someone named Douglas Emmefi. Miles, what are you doing? You don't know the first thing about steam engine repair.
It can't be that hard to work out.
If you're serious about getting it fixed, I'd suggest looking for someone who knows about this sort of thing first. But if you just want to charge in blindly, be my guest.
Yeah, maybe I should ask someone about it first. Go on then, I'll ask someone about it. Probably this dude, right?
I'll let you know if I have any more questions.
No, not that dude. No books or anything around here, is there? Yeah, probably not. You creepy teddies. Father, really? The boiler people in some way. What? Who would know?
He's busy with his protest.
Not him. I can't get in, I don't think. So. Lending office. I don't think this guy would know. We'll have to try that.
I've got some more questions, Mr. LeFay.
Go ahead, then.
Tell me a bit about yourself and your business, Mr. LeFay.
What's to tell? I lend people money, they pay me back.
Surely it's not that simple.
Well, of course I charge interest. Otherwise, I'd never make a profit. I know people don't look upon the service I provide very favorably, but without my help, there would be a lot more unhappiness in the world.
How did you go about starting up this business?
I didn't. My former employer, Mr. Roth, left it to me when he passed.
That was rather good of him.
Yes, well, he didn't have any heirs, and he considered me to be the son he never had. He was fond of my family, too. I try and keep my work and home life as far away from each other as I can, though. There's a lot of things in this line of work that my wife and daughter are better off not knowing about.
Do you know anything about fixing a steam boiler?
Bit of an odd question, isn't it?
I thought perhaps you might have occasion to fix your heater.
I do. But when the occasion comes, I usually just call a repairman or someone from the steamworks.
Fair enough. I think that's all for now.
Where else is there steam power? Not there. She does have steam base.
Hello again.
Maybe she knows?
I'll let you know if I have anything else to.
Oh. May the.
Nope. Not that way. How did she know? Maybe.
Can we talk?
Go on, I'm listening.
Can we go over my current case?
Of course. What have you got?
Are you familiar with the term metempsychosis?
No, what is it?
Apparently some mystics and philosophers maintain that it's a process whereby human and animal souls are transferred to new bodies upon death.
Fascinating. Some people have such queer ideas. What's that got to do with the kidnapping, though?
I'm not exactly sure yet.
Sometimes I'm jealous of all the odd things you detectives get to look into.
You wouldn't happen to know anything about repairing boilers, would you?
Oh, sure. I fix 10 of them every day before breakfast.
Just thought I'd ask. That's enough about the case for now.
Okay.
That's it.
Well.
Then you'd better get back to it.
Say it like that, did you? Could have helped me in some way, couldn't you? But no.
Judging by the sooty apron, all that metal and tubing just to serve.
What a bitch. What a bitch, bitch, bitch. What a bitch, 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 bitch. What a bitch.
Honey, I'm home. You know,
What
I've
about
always wanted to say that.
Hello, Miles.
Wife.
Addie?
What do you need, dear?
Addie, you wouldn't happen to have any manuals on repairing steam engines in your library, would you?
Thinking of changing careers?
No, there's just a boiler that needs repairing and I need to figure out how to do it.
A boiler? What kind of engine is it?
I'm not sure, but it had Whitney 200 embossed on the side.
Oh, of course. That's one of the most common steam engines around, used in practically everything. In fact, the player piano at the Firkin and Fryer had one, and that thing was always going out of alignment. If that's all that's happened with this one, I know how to fix it. Used to have to do it all the time.
Adelaide Fordham, you are just full of surprises.
Where is this boiler?
Not terribly far. It's a townhouse on St. Agnes in Livingston.
Let's go then. I could use some fresh air. Not quite a player piano, but it shouldn't be too tough. Would you like me to walk you through it, or would you prefer I fix it myself?
I want to be walked through it.
All right, let's take a closer look. Right, the first thing you'll want to do is open up the firebox door and light that coal on fire. And it'll be a good idea to open the engine hatch too, so you can keep an eye on it.
Boop. Boop. The engine hatch.
Find fuel source.
There we go.
That was easy enough. What's next?
Now you want to open the flue and close the fire door so the water in the tank starts boiling. Once that happens, steam will enter the dome, and that big pressure indicator will start going up. Assuming the steam valve is completely shut, of course.
And if it isn't?
Then the pressure will be transferred into the engine and the small indicator will go up. You want to use the valves to balance out the pressure and get just the right amount into the engine before starting it up.
And what is the right amount?
If I remember correctly, it was 3 on the small gauge. Less than that and the engine won't start. Any higher will tear the thing apart.
All right, here goes nothing.
Oh, God. Well, where's the flue? Flue. What? Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, no. Oh, no.
Miles, are you all right?
Yes, just a bit of a bruised ego is all.
What the? My boiler! What have you done?
I do apologize.
You're one of those saboteurs, aren't you? One of those Redites!
No,
I'm calling the police, you no-good troublemaking bastard!
Now you've really done it, Miles. Best not to stick around here too long.
I think this is an excellent time to be going, dearest. I have my appointment with Mrs.
I kinda wanna... Can I load... Is there... Please say there's an auto save. Well, let me save it first. And then go... I do want to do this properly.
I'm here.
Good to see you've made it back in one piece.
Addie?
What do you need, dear?
Addie, you wouldn't happen...
Thinking...
No.
A boy...
Okay, let's try this again.
Quite... Would you like...
Please.
I'll give it a try. I'll give it a try.
Right.
I think I
First
did it.
thing you'll want to do is open up the end. It'll be a good idea to open...
Let's listen to it properly this time.
Easy enough. What's next?
Now you want to open the flue and close the fire door so the water in the tank starts boiling. Once that happens, steam will enter the dome, and that big pressure indicator will start going up. Assuming the steam valve is completely shut, of course.
And if it isn't?
Then the pressure will be transferred into the engine and the small indicator will go up. You want to use the valves to balance out the pressure and get just the right amount into the engine before starting it up.
And what is the right amount?
If I remember correctly, it was 3 on the small gauge. Less than that, and the engine won't start. Any higher will tear the thing apart.
All right, here goes nothing.
Okay, Blue, close the door. Shit's gonna happen. Okay.
It won't go any further in that direction.
Okay. Is that on 3? Not quite, is it? Oh, wrong way.
It won't go any further.
Oh, wait. Oh, no, that is on 3. Sorry, I was looking at this one and it isn't quite on there, but I think that is correct. So, theoretically, I should be able to do this now. Hey!
Nice work, Miles. Maybe if the private investigator thing doesn't work out, we can start our own engine repair service. Boilers are a lot like people, you know. They need to let off steam occasionally, or else they explode. You'd do well to remember that, dearest. Anyway, I need to be off for my appointment with
She
Mrs.
wanted to fuck us.
I'll see you tonight.
What? Hey, buddy, I fixed your boiler. Let me in this bitch's house.
Yes? What is it?
I fixed the boiler for you.
What? Are you serious? It's pretty pathetic when some yahoo off the street does a better job than the people paid to do this sort of thing. I owe you, friend.
Might I take you up on that offer and get that spare key to the apartment?
Oh, right. You said you were a private detective, didn't you? Did Mrs. Walker do something wrong? Is she in trouble?
I'm not entirely sure yet, which is why I need to take a look inside her apartment.
I see. Well, I wouldn't normally do this, but you did me a great service by fixing the boiler. I can't just give you the spare key, but I can let you into the apartment.
That'll be just fine. Thank you.
Nice.
What in the ether?
Cripes, did a tornado come through this place or what?
Looks as though she definitely left in a hurry. I wonder if she planned on ever coming back.
I'll be waiting for you in the kitchen, Mr. Fordham. Just let me know when you're done looking around.
She's probably been hearing about the steam, but keep an eye on it. See, that's the real reason why she knows how to fix a boiler. You know what I'm saying? What about that steam?
Torn apart. She took most everything. Well, it doesn't appear she had much to take. I don't know about you, but I'm starting to have my fill of plants and flowers. There's a handwritten note here. Valerian mixed with chamomile. Sedative effect.
No shit.
Seems Mrs. Walker's an amateur herbalist.
Maybe not so amateur. I'd love to see the look on Mrs. Davis's face if she knew it wasn't a spirit that possessed her. In fact, let's go tell her, so I can see it.
You've gotten fairly misanthropic in your death, Bill.
Have I? I hadn't noticed.
Okay, so it's definitely pointing towards this woman. I mean, that's a clear indication. The fact that that woman was clearly had her tea spiked with something.
The books she left behind are all trashy romance novels. Why wouldn't she take those? They're clearly the best ones. I thought my apartment was messy.
Daguerreotype.
It's a boy. Can't be more than 7 or 8 years old. If that's Linda's son, why would she leave this behind?
Good question.
Yeah, spicy books, yeah.
Nice patterns. I wonder if Linda makes all her own clothes. A fairly recent model. Linda must have spent a good portion of her wages on it. Well, at least that painting cheers the place up a little bit. That bit of torn wallpaper looks almost deliberate.
Pull it away.
What do you know? She hid a book behind the wallpaper. Looks like a journal.
I don't believe it. Oh, April 5th. I don't believe it. Can it be true? At tonight's meeting, I struck up a conversation with Henrietta. Charles Harris was born the day Alexander died. And he has blue eyes. I know I shouldn't jump to conclusions, but this is too perfect to be a fluke. To be sure, I need to find something of Alexander's appropriate for an what? I need to find something of Alexander's appropriate for an infant, maybe his old bear. I feel like that could be grammatically changed a little bit to make it a bit easier to read. April 20th. Charles loved Barney. Henrietta told me she's never seen him react with such joy to any of his other playthings. There is no doubt now in my mind. Charles Harris is the reincarnation of my beloved Alexander. At last we can be together again. At last I can seek his forgiveness. I just need to find a way to take him from his false parents without getting dear Henrietta in trouble. August 24th. I had the nightmare again last night. Alexander's cries of, "Why did you do it, mother?" were nearly too much to bear. When I have him again, I can finally explain that I couldn't do anything to stop him. Thomas was a monster, and I was at my wit's end. Dear Samuel had helped me so much, and there was no turning back once he had consumed the tainted pie. How was I to know Alexander's friend would take ill and he would arrive home early? Watching my boy share the poisoned meal with his father was the worst moment of my life. I must get him back. Wait. So is the idea here that... Was she trying to poison her husband? Or the father of her child? And then the child ate some as well? Fucking hell, that's fucked. October 6th. Finally, after months of thinking, I have a plan. Samuel's instruction on the nature of plants has been the key. I will visit Henrietta tonight at the Harris residence and prepare everything. It must look as though a burglar entered the nursery and tore his coat. In 2 nights, I'll have my baby again. Wait, so... And did she just rip the part of the coat from the dude?
Well, this is pretty damn incriminating.
I'll say. Now we just need to figure out where she's gone, as well as how she managed to drug Mrs. Davis.
Oh, we've got you now, Linda. Thought you could be clever and get away with the baby, did you?
Bill?
Well, you thought wrong. With Fordham and Legere on the case, the only thing you're getting is a one-way trip to jail.
Bill?
And the worst part is how sloppy she was. I mean, really? She couldn't think to pick up a button? She might as well have left a signed confession in the crib for all the good it did her.
Bill, would you just shut up, for God's sake? Huh? Is everything all right?
Yes, everything's just fine. I just stubbed my toe on the bed frame.
You ought to be more careful, Mr. Fordham.
Sorry, Miles. You know how I get when we're close to solving a case.
You always do this. I need to concentrate, and I can't hear myself think with you yapping away.
Right, sorry. I'll keep it to myself.
Thank you.
But you have to admit, she really would have saved us the trouble if...
Bill.
Right. Not another peep. As you were.
Oh, dear. What's in the trash pile?
Actually gonna dig through that mess?
We might as
Sure hope it's
well.
worth it. A receipt with yesterday's date. One-way train ticket to Pierre in Lorraine. Departed this afternoon.
Thought she could get away easy, it seems. Well, I hate to disappoint her.
Time to go. Let's get up. Let's get out of here. Get out of here.
I hope you were able to find out what you needed.
Yes, thank you for your cooperation.
Thanks, George Carlin. Wait. So do I need anything else? Because I'm pretty sure I've got everything I need, right? Georgie. Georgie? Which Georgie was that? Could have been either one.
I have some questions.
All right.
Mrs. Davis, where did you get the tea you drank on the night of the kidnapping?
From my own private supply, I drink a blend of hibiscus and elderberry.
All right, okay,
It clears the mind and puts me more in tune with the spirits.
Did it taste off to you?
No. Why do you ask?
Because I think your tea may have been drugged.
Wait, are you saying?
I believe Mrs. Walker used her own herbs to drug your tea, knowing you'd drink a cup the following evening. She then snuck into the house after you'd fallen asleep and took the child.
Oh my word, I never would have thought.
I know, Mrs. Davis. But don't worry, I'm doing everything I can to find her.
Oh, may the spirits guide you, Mr. Fordham.
Thank you for your time, Mrs. Davis.
Oh, you're very welcome.
Well, I'd say we have everything we need to prove it was Linda who drugged Mrs. Davis's tea and took the child. And we know where she's going, too. Upton will want to know about this as soon as possible.
Let's do it then. Go, go, go! Get the SWAT in. I don't think there's anything else I need, so let's do this. Let me save it first, actually. Save it. Quickly, Upton, you need to run as fast as you can to the train station, because I'm too lazy.
Can we talk?
Go on, I'm listening.
I'm ready to wrap this case up.
Okay, who's your prime suspect?
It was Linda Walker,
Who is she?
a seamstress who befriended the Harris family nanny. She took the child because she believes he's the reincarnation of her deceased son, whom she accidentally poisoned.
My God.
You'll find a journal explaining her motive at her apartment, as well as the plants she used to drug Mrs. Davis.
But what about the broken window in the nursery?
All part of a false crime scene she set up to draw our attention away from her.
Excellent work, Miles. Did you manage to find out where Mrs. Walker is now?
Yes, I found a receipt for a one-way train ticket to Pierre, which departed this afternoon.
Fantastic. We can send a telegram to the train station and have her arrested upon arrival. You've done extremely well for them. Snelling could only hope to have a detective as good as you again.
You flatter me.
Then I'd better stop before your head gets any bigger. All right, Miles. I'll go through the proper channels and report your information as an anonymous tip. And of course, I'll dip into the department's Good Samaritan fund to get you proper compensation for your work.
Ooh, yeah.
For now, go home to your wife. I'm sure I'll have something else for you to look into fairly soon.
Nice.
Welcome to Lorraine. An awfully cute baby you got there.
Oh, thank you, sir. This is my son, Alexander.
Alexander. That's a good name. Strong name.
Yes, thank you. I don't mean to be rude, but I'm in a bit of a hurry and I need to get to my hotel.
Of course. I won't keep you any longer, Mrs. Walker.
Thank you. Wait. How did you know my name?
I didn't. It was a lucky guess. But now, seeing as I know your name, allow me to tell you mine. I'm Sheriff Zeke Dollarhide. Linda Walker, you are under arrest for the kidnapping of Charles Harris. Surrender the child and come with me.
No, you've got it all wrong. This is my son. This is my Alexander.
Ma'am, please don't make this difficult. Come along to the station and we'll get this all sorted out.
Oof.
Addie, are you home?
Still at her appointment, it would seem. You know, Miles, I have to say, I'm proud of you.
Why's that?
It's because you actually listen.
So does this mean you'll keep quiet until morning?
I said I was proud of you. I didn't say you were getting a reprieve.
And I need to figure out how I'm going to sleep through the night without the soporific.
You worry about that too much, Miles. You can sleep when you're dead.
You don't ever seem to.
That's because I slept quite enough when I was alive.
In any case, I need to clear my head. The best way to do that after a case was always going for a drink at the Angel.
The Angel? But you haven't been there since...
Since you died. But perhaps getting back into old routines will help.
Perhaps. It would be nice to see old Patrick again at the very least.
Yes, let's swap that soporific for some good old-fashioned alcohol. Maybe becoming an alcoholic will work.
I have to say, it's been a real pleasure having you back, Miles. I was worried about you.
I appreciate your concern, Patrick. The past few months have been a bit rough, but it's good to be back in familiar territory.
Miles, can I ask you something?
What is it?
Well, it may be none of my business, and you can feel free to tell me to stuff it.
Enough with the preamble, Patrick. Just ask.
I know you quit the force, but why are you still working as a private investigator? Why not leave all that detecting stuff behind?
Damn. Don't know how to do anything else.
It's all I know. My grandfather was a cop, my father was a cop, so I became a cop. That's just how it went.
Oh, I hear ya. I come from 3 generations of butchers myself, but I broke the streak because I can't handle the sight of blood.
If only that had been true in my case.
Now then, will you be wanting another drink?
I'm not sure. I've already had 2. I should probably be getting... Wait a minute. Patrick, do you hear something?
No, Miles. I don't hear anything.
Neither do I. Another gin, if you please.
Oh,
Coming
no.
right up.
Oh, no. Is alcohol better than the fucking drugs?
It's taking a wrong turn back there. Hopefully Addie won't hear me come in.
Oh, who's this?
Excuse me, sir. Could you spare a shilling?
Oh, that sounds familiar. Kind of sounds like Asterion, doesn't it, a little bit?
Here you are, my good man.
You always were willing to help the less fortunate, weren't you? But perhaps you should start thinking about helping yourself.
I beg your pardon?
Just look at yourself. I may be a beggar, but even I feel sorry for you.
What a prick. Sounds like Bill. Oh, does it?
Your voice. I've heard it before.
Yes, that's right. I'm your biggest failure.
What are you talking about?
Come now, Miles, you're not completely stupid. You think finding and catching me is going to make things better?
Yes, I do. I owe it to Bill, and that's enough to make it worth doing.
That's very touching. But you need to face reality. Let's say you do find me, and this grand chase finally ends. What do you do the next morning? You still have a dead partner, no real job. Your wife knows you've been keeping things from her. Even if you solve 100 cases, it won't relieve that empty feeling inside.
What's your point?
I'm all you've got, Miles. Once I'm gone, there'll be nothing left. So just admit it. You don't want to find me. Not really.
Really? Oh.
Bad dreams?
Sleeping in the chair again, I see as well.
My head. How many drinks did I have last night?
You're asking the wrong person. I was out after the first one.
It seems Miss Maxwell was right about the effects of spirits. Go figure.
Yeah, well, let's not make a habit out of it, all right? It's admirable just how organized Adelaide is.
Well, let's see what Adelaide will say.
So, you're up at last.
Is something the matter, Addie?
Oh, I see. You don't remember last night, do you? I guess I shouldn't be surprised.
Whatever may have happened, I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive me.
Remorse comes before forgiveness, Miles. You don't even know what you're apologizing for.
Was it that bad? What exactly did I do?
It was nearly 2 when you burst in here, soused to the eyeballs from God knows where. I imagine you've probably forgotten that too. You were muttering something about peace and quiet and then proceeded to relieve yourself on my begonias before stumbling into bed.
Charming. I salute you, O Vice Admiral of the Narrow Seas.
Good God. How embarrassing. I'm so sorry, Addie. I don't know what came over me.
I don't either. I've never seen you in such a state, and I pray that I never will again.
You won't see me like that again, ever. Trust me.
What possessed you to go out and get so drunk anyway?
I decided to stop taking the soporific. It was interfering with my ability to focus on cases. I thought perhaps having a drink or two would help me sleep, and I got a bit carried away.
I see. Well, I'm at least glad you've stopped taking that terrible medicine. But trading it for alcohol? This had better really be a one-time occurrence. Anyway, you got another message from Upton. It's there on the table, if you're feeling fit for the world now.
1 case per day, huh? Wow. Boredom. A new case has come in, but the police are already investigating. Details have made their way into the newspaper. I won't be able to meet you at Ruin, so here are the details. The deceased is Desiree Latham. Her apartment is at 840 Right Way. Good luck. See Upton. Thank you, Captain.
Huh.
What does Upton say this time?
That she can't meet me, and that I should go straight to the scene of the crime.
I wonder if that means the police have started to suspect that she's giving you these cases.
She also says news of this case has been made public, and the police are already investigating. Have you heard of Desiree Latham?
Yes, there's something about her in today's paper. I didn't read the article, though. Where's the crime scene?
840 Right Way. It's not too far from here, thankfully.
You're sure you're feeling up to this today?
I'll be fine. The mental exercise will get me back to normal in no time.
Look! A 3-headed monkey!
Holy cripes. That was a fucking monkette.
Addie,
What is it, Miles?
what have you been up to lately?
Nothing particularly exciting. My usual clients have been scheduling appointments, and I've been trying to get some new ones as well. In my free time, I've been catching up on my reading.
Anything good?
Yes, the conclusion to the dissembling mechanism was just published in Brentwell magazine last week.
What's that?
James Penstroke's latest serial. I wanted to read it to you, but you haven't been around much lately.
Perhaps I'll take a look now that I can actually concentrate again.
Yes, you could read it to me. I wouldn't mind hearing it again. It would certainly be a nicer way to spend your time than going out drinking.
A non-fucking monkette. You don't know what it's doing off the screen.
Addie, please know that I'm deeply sorry for my behavior last night. I'll do everything I can to make it up to you. Would you like me to get some new begonias?
I don't need pretty flowers or pretty words, Miles. I just want things to go back to how they were. That's really all the apology I require.
You're looking especially lovely today, Addie.
Miles, don't flirt with me. Not now.
I wouldn't push my luck with her, Miles. She hasn't completely forgiven you.
Oh no, not the steam. The monkey will go straight for it. What was I saying? Oh yeah, I was going to say, she speaks the truth. There's been a few times in my life where it's like, you always get like apologies from people, but then they never actually change their actions, which is the more annoying thing. I'd rather not have an apology. I'd rather they actually attempt to change their actions in some way. Yeah, it's weird behavior, isn't it? When someone apologizes for something, but then doesn't try to prevent it in the future. Like, what's the point in that? It's like, great. An apology for what just happened, but it's going to happen later. Woo! Whoop-de-doo! What did it say about me complimenting her?
Please let me see that beautiful smile of yours, Addie.
That's enough, Miles. If you're just going to stand there and throw meaningless words at me, you're better off not saying anything at all.
But...
Stop it. I'm trying my best to move past this. Don't make it worse.
Oops. Oops. Oops.
Hang on, where are you going? You always get all the facts before starting your investigations.
What? Was it in the newspaper? Jesus. I think some people think I'm sorry equals it's all fixed, rinse and repeat. Yeah, they just use that as an excuse to not change their ways a lot of the time. It's just a bit of a weird behavior, isn't it? Because you're not bettering yourself in any way. You're just expecting words to save yourself from things, but not actually... By actually making changes, you're taking responsibility of it, and it's been so, like, there's been a fair few people that just, like, really try to lean on apologies, and it's like, no, you need to do a bit more. Well, I say a bit more. You don't need to apologize. Just say it won't happen again, and don't let it happen again, you know? Harris baby found. Suspect in custody. Charles Harris, infant son of Malcolm and Miriam Harris, was kidnapped days ago from his crib at the Harris family manor. Police investigators determined that Linda Walker, a friend of the baby's nanny, was the kidnapper. Walker was arrested in Pierre-Lorraine after fleeing New Britann with the child. Charles is second in line to inherit the Harris Construction Company, a large contractor in New Britann, currently building the HMS Lenore, the airship intended to replace the fallen Legia. Chief of Police Reginald Snelling issued the following statement: "My detectives should be commended for the outstanding work they did in finding baby Charles. Fuck off, and bring him home safely. Let this be a lesson to all criminals that the New Britann."
Well, this is shaping up to be quite the investigation. I should probably get a move on before the police ruin the crime scene any more than they already have.
Good luck, Miles. And stay away from the bars, would you?
I'll go back to that. Don't go yet. that the New Britain police always get their suspect. With me. Smells like the NCR, taking responsibility for what other people are doing. Yeah. Gascoigne, Grand Dame found burnt to death. Oh, this is what I'm looking at the moment. Desiree Lathan, aged 63, was found burned to death in her home yesterday morning. Police were called to the scene by a neighbour who smelled smoke, only to find the grisly scene, Miss Lathan in her bed, body burnt to ashes. The circumstances of Miss Lathan's death are unknown, but the police have not ruled out the possibility of foul play. Lathan was born in New Britannia. New Britannia. Is it Britannia? I don't know. Right. The daughter of a wealthy plantation owner. She grew to become one of the most loved and respected of the Gascoigne Grand Dames. Although she had many suitors over the years, Lathan never married. An avid reader, writer, and poet, Miss Lathan had several articles published in local newspapers and magazines. Residents of Gascoigne said they would miss seeing her in her brightly coloured hats and dresses as she walked by. Third mysterious murder has police on edge. Yet another murder in Cholmondeley. Cholmondeley? Yeah. Cholmondeley. Okay, get it, girl. Chumley, thank you. As the new Britain police scram. I hate these fucking French bloody names. Britain's police scrambling to quell rumours. Chief of Police Reginald Snelling vehemently denied that there is a mass murderer stalking the shadowy corners of Lamplight City. We have no indication whatsoever that these recent Chumley murders are in any way linked. In any case, detectives are working their hardest to make sure the killer or killers are found and brought to justice, he said. The Gazette has learned that the latest victim is Ennis Bowditch, construction worker. Police were called to his home where they found him with a single gunshot wound to the head. Despite Chief Snelling's claims to the contrary, the previous two victims have also been men in Chumley who have been killed in exactly the same way. The Gazette will continue coverage of this story as more details emerge. Prime Minister's campaign heats up as election looms. With election night less than a month away, Prime Minister Herbert Atwood has lashed out against his opponent with full force. My opponent, Mr. Leroy, if elected, will push this country back at least 20 years. Atwood went on to describe how Leroy's refusal to acknowledge the existence of aethericity as well as his lukewarm stance on steam technology would be detrimental to Vespuccia's progress. Leroy, meanwhile, continued to chastise Atwood for his prioritizing machines over humans, saying that if he is re-elected, unemployment rates will skyrocket when most workers are replaced by automated machines. The latest public opinion poll shows Atwood with a comfortable lead. However, many have criticised the polls for not including the majority of the workforce, Leroy's strongest supporters. Okay.
Time for me to get some things done.
Good luck.
Steaming pile of shit. Oh no, it's her steaming ashes. That's what it is. Oh,
It's as though we've arrived fashionably late.
Excuse me, sir, but this is an active crime scene. We can't allow members of the public.
Oh, this isn't just any member of the public, Kane. This is Miles Fordham. He used to be one of us until he killed his partner.
Wonderful. Officer Parsons is on the scene. It's a shock the apartment isn't in a shambles.
Good day to you too, officers.
I just punch him in the face.
Fordham? What are you doing here?
Ah, Captain Snelling. What a pleasure.
That's Chief Snelling now, Fordham. I don't expect you follow the workings of the department much these days, but I'd appreciate the proper address.
So nice to see that power hasn't gone to his head.
My apologies, Chief Snelling.
You haven't answered my question. What in blazes are you doing here?
Read about this case in the paper and thought I'd have a look. I figured investigating the crime would actually give it a chance of being solved. That's good. I just dropped in to say hello to my former colleagues.
You want this crime solved, don't you? I'm conducting my own query. I could be an asset to your investigation.
Out of the question. This is an active crime scene, Fordham. Leave the premises immediately.
If we work together, we can solve this in no time. You can try and keep me away, but I'm not giving up. Admit it, Snelling. You need my help.
Let's be honest, Snelling. You could use my help on this.
I see your resignation hasn't done much to curb your arrogance. We don't need any help. Not even from former detectives. Parsons, I'm going back to the station. I want you to report the minute you're done here. Understand?
Yes, sir.
Now, don't get any funny ideas, Fordham. If you so much as breathe on anything in here, I'll have you arrested for tampering with a crime scene. Do I make myself clear?
Sure. Whatever you say, Chief.
Keep your nose where it belongs, or you'll have me to answer to.
I suppose it's reassuring that even in this crazy, ever-changing world, you can always count on Snelling to be a complete ass.
You heard the chief. No snooping around. The sooner you get out of here, the better for all of us.
Oh, I'm looking.
An invitation to the Gascon Grand Dame's Ball. It seems it was held 2 nights ago at the Gascon Supper Club. Might be worth looking into, seeing as it's our only lead right now.
Nice.
You have to hand it to her. Miss Lathan certainly had a unique taste in fashion. I bet you could see her coming a mile away.
Damn, what an asshole.
Definitely too young to be Miss Lathan. Perhaps a relative?
It's in the bookcase.
Judging by these books, Miss Lathan was quite the fan of poetry. Let's just hope her taste was better than Madame Dupre's. No title. I doubt it's a diary. People rarely leave those things laying out in the open.
I'm not allowed to touch it, really. Maybe if I start speaking to these
Officer
asswipes.
Parsons.
Clear off, Fordham. The chief doesn't want you here, and neither do I. You aren't on the force anymore, so you've got to respect the rules, just like every other citizen.
He'd be respecting my fist if I were alive, believe me.
I'm not trying to cause any trouble. I just want to ask a few questions.
Well, if it will get you to leave faster.
Maybe. Oh, I've got some questions. Look at those fucking sideburns. I can see him breathing. That's how big they are.
What can you tell me about Desiree Lathan?
Nothing.
And it looks like they bred as well. One bred.
Not going to betray Chief Snelling's orders and divulge that information.
Did it breed with your mustache? The mustache left and
Parsons,
just
you know
gave you another
What harm would it
sideburn.
do to tell me just a little bit?
Do I have to state the obvious? If it were up to me, you'd be in jail for murdering an officer.
I wouldn't make such claims without knowing the facts, Parsons. It could get you in serious trouble. It'd be a real tragedy to see your career cut short and you back in the workhouse polishing airship rivets.
You don't scare me, Fordham.
Rest assured, the feeling is mutual. Have you made much progress on this investigation?
Did you not hear me the first time, Fordham? Drop it before I have to arrest you for interfering with a police investigation.
You're looking well these days, Parsons. What's your secret?
Secret? I don't know. Maybe something about getting a good night's sleep without blood on my hands does wonders.
I shot one police officer. Another one shouldn't be too much difficulty.
How long has Officer Kane been on the force?
I'm not one to gossip, Fordham.
That's only the second most hypocritical thing I've heard today.
Ask him yourself if you're so interested.
Oh, I will.
Why was Chief Snelling here anyway?
He's the chief of police, and this is an official investigation. It doesn't take a grand leap of logic.
Yes, but the chief of police never bothers with a crime scene unless it's of great importance.
Your point?
Does that mean this crime scene is, in fact, of great importance?
You're the investigator, Fordham. I'll leave you to work that one out.
That's all I wanted to know.
Good.
good.
Begging your pardon, officer.
Yes, what is it, sir?
Oh, this guy doesn't mind. Oh, wow, look at him. He's a jolly old guy, isn't he?
Is there anything you can tell me about Desiree Lathan?
I'm afraid not. You don't have clearance in this investigation.
And there's nothing I can say to convince you otherwise?
My superiors would be very upset if they knew I was breaking the rules. I'm sorry.
I think the operative phrase in this instance is if they knew. We need to find a way to get Parsons out of here. Maybe we should visit Upton at the station.
How long have you been on the force, officer?
2 months, sir.
And how's it treating you so far?
This is where I was meant to be.
That's good to hear.
Parsons mentioned you used to be a detective?
I was, yes, for 15 years. It wasn't always easy, but I loved every minute of it.
Parsons goes on about how he's got his eye on becoming a detective, but I don't know if I'd be able to handle it.
Is that right?
Yes. He's up for review. I think he's trying to impress Snelling to improve his chances.
Parsons wants to be a detective? Now I've heard it all. As if he needed more of a reason to be Snelling's lapdog.
He's licking that cornhole.
Do you enjoy working with Officer Parsons?
I don't like to talk about my colleagues, sir. Especially when they're standing right over there.
I understand. Perhaps this isn't the right time to be asking. What was Chief Snelling doing here?
Nothing more than a routine inspection of the crime scene.
Routine inspection? But the Chief of Police only goes to extremely high-profile crime scenes.
I couldn't possibly comment on that, sir.
Thanks for your time, officer.
Something
Not a problem.
smells fishy over here. Something doesn't smell right. Something's a bit stinky. Stinking Stinkenstein.
I didn't imagine we'd be coming back here in this lifetime.
Fordham, have you solved the case already?
Don't I wish? I haven't even gotten started.
Well, I'm here if you need anything. Just be sure not to let Snelling see you.
Is he back yet?
He arrived a few minutes ago. I expect he'll be sequestered in his office today, so you shouldn't have to worry too much.
Good to know. Got a moment, Upton?
Yes, but let's make this quick.
Back to work, I see.
Yes, well, the coffee shop holiday had to end eventually. I'm gonna have to find someplace else to meet you. The higher-ups are getting suspicious.
To be honest, it was a bit wretched there. I won't miss it.
Well then, Mr. Big Bug, you can have the honor of choosing the next place. Under a bridge somewhere, perhaps.
Damn. Probably true for him.
Have you been
anyway.
able to find any leads on Bill's death?
Have you?
Not yet, no.
I don't want to get your hopes up, but I may have something.
Oh?
The man you're looking for, he was burgling a flower shop, right?
Yes.
I couldn't help but notice that in the last 2 cases you've had, plants have been used to drug people. It may just be a coincidence, but I also think it's something worth looking out for. If it becomes a pattern, there's a good chance it might be related.
But 2 different people did the drugging.
True, but in both cases, they learned from someone else.
It's a stretch, but it's better than nothing. I'll take it into consideration. I'm having some trouble with Officer Parsons.
You and everyone else who's ever met him. What's the problem?
He's keeping me away from the Lathan crime scene.
Of course. He's one of the most loyal to Snelling.
Any suggestions for how I might get him away so I can look around?
I might have an idea. There are several reported crimes that haven't been assigned yet, and Parsons is itching to prove his investigative chops. He'd probably abandon his post for a good enough lead and a chance to impress Snelling.
Up to no good. You impress me.
Department politics are something of a specialty of mine.
Up to no good. Up to no good. Is that actually her name? Or has he just made a joke? Please say that's her actual name.
About getting Parsons away from the crime scene?
All right, these are the, as of yet, unassigned crimes. The body of a young man was found in the Hodgman River by the Gascon docks this morning. A woman in Chumley reported hearing a single gunshot in her neighbor's apartment last night. There was a deadly explosion at a factory in Worcester that may be linked to sabotage. And that's it for right now. Any of those strike your fancy?
Tell me more about the body found in the docks. Let's hear about the reported gunshot. Give me the details about the factory explosion.
Tell me more about the body found at the docks.
An unidentified man in his 20s was found in the river near the docks. The dock worker who reported it said that the body was bloated and decomposing. He must have been in the river several days. Dr. Edwards performed a post-mortem and determined the cause of death to be a blow to the head.
I see. Certainly leaves a lot of questions.
Do you think Parsons will be interested?
No, actually, let's try another one.
All right, which one?
Let's hear about the gunshot.
Ethel Williamson reported hearing a sound she described as a single gunshot coming from her neighbor's apartment last night. She said she had been hearing arguments over the past several weeks, and there may have been domestic violence involved. When she knocked on the door, she got no answer, but she said she noticed the distinct smell of flowers.
Intriguing.
Do you think Parsons will be interested?
Distinct smell of flowers.
No, actually, let's try another one.
All right, which one?
Give me the details about the factory explosion.
The owner of the Hawkins Steelworks reported an explosion at his factory that killed 2 of his workers. He says he's been getting several threatening letters about his current project.
And so he suspects someone has sabotaged the operation?
Yes, likely the Redites. Do you think Parsons will be interested?
Sounds good. Let's go with that one.
All right, I'll send out the report as soon as we're done talking.
Have a moment to go over my current case?
I'm afraid you're on your own this time, Fordham. The walls have ears around here. If they find out I'm helping you, it won't end well for either of us.
Understood.
I'll still be here when you've solved it, though.
Any updates on the Harris baby?
He's back home and doing well, thanks to you.
I'm glad to hear it.
You did an impressive job. I admit I was a bit concerned about how you'd fare after months of taking it easy. But I suppose detective work is like riding a bicycle.
It's a guaranteed way to end up with a broken arm.
I see the Gazette has caught wind of this supposed mass murderer.
Yes, Snelling has been positively fuming about it. Between that and the Lathan case being publicized on the same day, it's been a nightmare for the department.
Any idea how they got the information?
I don't think anyone in the department has spoken to the press. Maybe they just have some very good reporters.
So is it serious? Should we be concerned?
3 murders is nothing to sneeze at, but all the victims have been men in Chumley. If that changes, then things might start getting urgent.
Isn't that just the way of things? You can bet they'd have already caught the bastard if the first body had turned up in Leon.
That's it for now.
Better get back to it then.
Carry on. Alright, let me see if the guy's... Oh, he's still there.
Damn, looks like Parsons didn't take the bait. He must not have considered that case enough to prove himself to Snelling.
Maybe it was the first one then. Because it was a... Yeah, I suppose a murder which detectives would more likely be part of. Maybe it was that one.
Got a moment? Unfortunately, Parsons didn't take the bait.
Nothing worse than a picky investigator. I wish more people were like you.
Thank you?
All right, these are the, as of yet, unassigned crimes. The body of a young woman and any...
Tell me body of the box.
An unidentified man in his 20s. Do you think...
Yeah, we already listened to that.
Sounds good.
All right.
That's it for now.
Better get...
Let's see if he goes from that one. I mean, it's technically a murder, and they did mention it would be Oh, I went to the wrong place. Whoops. Whoopsie. Whoopsie. Ah, I didn't go.
Damn, looks like Parsons...
Okay, last one. What the fuck? Why did he not go?
Got a moment?
Yeah.
Unfortunately...
Nothing worse. All right, a woman and any of those...
Let's hear about...
Ethel, she's when she not...
Intriguing.
Do you think Parsons will...
Sounds
I
good.
wonder why it's that
Let's
one,
go with
though.
that.
All right.
That's it.
Better get...
Unless you just have to go through all 3. I don't know. Weird, though, isn't it? Oh, he's interested in that one. What the fuck?
Looks like Parsons took the bait. Now maybe we can finally have a look around the crime scene.
Begging your pardon, officer.
Yes, what is it, sir?
Yeah, the flower one.
Is there anything you can tell me about Desiree Lathan?
I couldn't really say.
Come now, I'm trying to help this investigation. Any small detail would be useful.
Well, I haven't really looked over the crime scene
you're
too
right,
much.
Chelsea, yeah.
It's rather gruesome, you see.
Is the body still here?
Yes. What's left of it, at any rate. Miss Lathan was only identified by the tattoo on her foot.
I see.
Damn, had a tattoo then.
Has there been much progress here?
Snelling and Parsons examined the scene, that's all I know.
Do you think I might have a look, now that the initial investigation's been conducted?
I'm afraid that's out of the question, sir. I have my orders.
Rules were made to be broken. There may be something that was overlooked. I promise I won't take long. That's all.
I'll be in and out before you know it. I'll leave no more trace than a ghost.
If Parsons were to catch you, my career would be over.
Trust me, he won't be back for some time. I swear on my honor as a former member of the New Britannia Police.
All right. I suppose you can go in for a moment, but please be quick about it.
Very trusting,
Thank you,
huh?
Officer Kane. I promise this will stay between us.
I just love rookie officers. They're so gullible. I once got one to shine my shoes for a week after convincing him it was department policy. Good times.
Do you enjoy working with Officer Parsons?
If I'm being honest, he can be a bit much sometimes.
Trust me, you're not the only one who feels that way. I didn't have much interaction with him when I was a detective. The few times I did weren't very pleasant.
I could tell he doesn't seem to care much for you. Although I don't think he cares much for anyone except the chief, and that's only because he's the one.
Let's look at the asshole. He's all for it.
What was Chief Snelling doing here?
He was inspecting the crime scene.
Yes, but why was he involved? Is there something special about it that would require the chief of police to look into it?
Well, someone thought it might be related to the big case we're not supposed to talk about.
You mean the mass murderer?
Yes, sir. I could see why the chief is upset that the news has gotten out.
And is it related?
No, I don't believe so. But the news reports have been getting the public on edge.
Of course. The less information there is, the easier it is for rumors to start spreading.
Exactly. Chief Snelling has a lot of fires to put out.
If that's the case, it's too bad he didn't get to Miss Lathan in time.
Thanks for your time, officer.
Not a problem.
Here we go. We get to. Oh my god.
That's certainly a pungent aroma.
Jesus.
Why the officer stuck to the living room.
Surprisingly modest quarters for a grande dame. You'd never guess she could buy out the likes of you and me 1,000 times over.
That's particularly horrific, isn't it? Holy crap. Fucking hell. Okay.
It looks as though Miss Lathan was in the middle of writing something.
It's an article for Brentwell magazine.
Igniting the fires within.
Fires within. A bit on the nose, wouldn't you say? Classic Brentwell. They have a reputation for making their writers go to extremes for their articles, all for the sake of entertainment.
Perhaps we should pay their offices a visit, see exactly what it was Miss Lathan was doing for them.
By Desiree Lathan. For Brentwell magazine. We are all familiar with the idea of an inner fire, a term usually applied to our sense of passion or determination. But what if that inner fire was of a more physical nature? That is to say, if each of us had the capability to light a real fire within our bodies.
As much as I like this painting, this isn't the time for art appreciation.
Well, I think it is.
Doesn't look as though this fireplace has been used in a long time. I suppose we can rule it out as the source. Some crumpled up letters. They look to be of the romantic variety.
They're from the same person, one Peter Andrews.
Yeah, it's always sad to see a case of unrequited love. I'm thinking we should find out who this Peter Andrews is.
Good idea. Now, are you finally willing to admit that looking through rubbish does yield results sometimes?
Fine, you win. But I don't think I envy your prize.
Oh, here we go. July 15th, 1844. Dearest Desiree, I offer you my heart, though I am sadly unable to offer you my hand. Oh, that circumstances were different. Why must life and love both be so cruel? I must continue to love and admire you from afar. I can only hope these feelings are mutual. Love, Peter. September 27th, 1844. My dearest Desiree, once again I must declare my love for you. though you have not yet responded to any of my letters. I maintain hope that you are... Wait, I maintain hope that you care for me as I do for you. I remain ever faithful. Call upon me and I will wish... And I will wish to you... I will rush to your side. We will embrace as Mr. and Mrs. Andrews at long last. Love, Peter. Coming off a bit desperate, Peter. Yeah, but won't give his fucking hand, though. Maybe he doesn't have a hand.
That's a nice portrait of Miss Lathan. Too bad it was damaged by the fire. The area where the artist's signature should be has been singed and is unreadable. Too bad.
But the date is still legible. It's from this year.
Oh my god!
I'm glad I was back.
Fucking hell!
The always seemed a bit too hot to handle.
Jesus!
Are you serious? Death is the best time for jokes. Otherwise, it's all just a bunch of boo-hoo-hoo this and wow-wow-wow that. And trust me, there's plenty of that in life. Hell, you'd know better than anyone.
All right. Just shut it for a bit while I look over the crime scene, would you? I need to concentrate.
That's horrible.
Ugh, greasy, fetid, stinking ashes. Who knew the human body was capable of producing such a disgusting byproduct?
I'm surprised the coroner...
Well, they did a good job of the horror, though, of this. I don't quite like it. I like what they've done with this.
That's extremely unlike him. He'd jump at the chance to examine this body. Perhaps we should allow him the pleasure.
I hope you're not suggesting what I think you're suggesting. Miles, do you really want to go carrying around those stinking ashes in your pocket? It'll take ages to get the smell out.
Good point. I'll need to find something to carry them in.
Alas, poor Desiree, a woman of infinite riches, of tastes most fancy. Where's all your money now? Come to think of it, that question might be worth answering. I don't think Desiree will be able to give us a hand with this investigation.
Bill?
What? I thought it was funny. This one's clean. Well, aside from the fact that the rest of the leg is burned off. There's a tattoo on her ankle. It says, "Dancing Through Life." Hate to break it to her, but that dance is over.
God, he's really savage with these fucking puns, isn't he? There's an ash pile here as well. What's
Odd.
that?
Another pile of ashes under the bed.
Yeah.
Looks as though whatever she kept underneath got burned too. Or it could be that whatever was under the bed is what caught fire in the first place. Although, there's no evidence of what started it. All that's left is a small piece of cloth. Might as well take it.
The cloth appears to have some oily residue on it. Interesting.
Looks like this one barely managed to survive. Pity. It looked like a nice work of art. The flames must have been fairly high to be able to stain the ceiling like that.
So did someone put her out, or did she just happen to just stop burning alive?
There's a letter in here.
You'd think the rest of the place would catch alight, wouldn't you?
This just keeps getting more and more interesting. The law firm of Usher and Price isn't too far from here. I think it's definitely worth paying him a little visit.
August 23rd, 1844. Dear Mrs. Latham, this letter is to inform you that we have received your request to make changes to your benefactory, as indicated in your last will and testament. Please come to the law offices of Usher and Price at 72 Cadman Street, Worcester, so that we may review the documents and make the necessary edits. Yours. Jonas Usher. Maybe. Jonas. I can't read properly. I think they just burn and go out with combustion. Oh, really?
Was there someone else in the room just now? I thought I heard you talking.
Oh, no. It's just sometimes I think aloud when investigating crime scenes.
I see.
Good save. We don't need any more police officers thinking you're insane. Nothing new to ask?
Okay. Alright, I'm out of here.
Hmm.
I'm out of here. Right, so Usher and Price. Gascon. Supper Club. And Brentwell Magazine. We have a few things. Let's go to this one, because this was available before anyway. So...
That painting depicts a hand dropping a bunch of blood-soaked silver coins into another hand. Definitely sets the bar for the type of people who come here, I'd say.
Oh, bar, I get it. It's funny.
Lyon overlooking the House of Parliament. I suppose that seeing that helps the patrons of this club put on airs. Nobody's bothered clearing this table yet, it seems.
Excuse me, miss?
Oh, well, hello there, handsome. I've never seen you around here before. Care to join me for a drink?
A bit early in the day to be drinking. Sorry, I need to keep a clear head while I'm on duty. Thanks, but I'm afraid I'm married.
A bit early in the day, don't you think?
Perhaps I would think, if I wasn't on my third cocktail.
Impressive. You may have just met your match.
The name's Miles Fordham, and you are?
Charlotte Robineau.
Pleasure.
Robineau.
Mind if I asked you a few questions?
I suppose not. It would help pass the time.
Were you here for the Grand Dame's ball the other night?
Of course. We all were. Well, except for Laura. Terrible business.
You mean Laura Dupre?
The very same. Have you met?
I have. In fact, I investigated her attempted murder.
Is that right? I heard she ended up in jail for torturing her servants.
Yes, it was quite disturbing.
I didn't think Laura was capable of such a thing. She always seemed so kind. I guess we all have our dark secrets.
Does that apply to you as well, Miss Robineau?
If I told you, then it would no longer be a secret, would it?
Fair point. Do you know Desiree Lathan?
I knew her, yes.
When did you last speak to her?
Oh, it's been ages. She and I haven't had much to do with each other for a while.
Why is that?
It's really not important. We just didn't see eye to eye on a few things.
Was she at the Grand Dame's ball?
Yes, she was. Drinking up a storm as usual. Desi really knew how to enjoy herself.
How much did she drink?
Oh, I don't know. She used to outmatch me, and I can handle quite a bit.
What can you tell me about Desiree's death?
Just what I've read in the papers. She burned to death. It's horrible. She certainly didn't deserve to die in such a gruesome way.
Did she have any enemies? Anyone who might have wanted to do her harm?
No. Everyone loved her.
Except you?
Mr. Fordham, I said we haven't had much to do with each other. That doesn't mean I didn't care for her. Now please, let's drop the subject.
Is the name Peter Andrews familiar to you?
Peter Andrews? Is he still around?
I'd be able to tell you that if you told me who he is.
He's desperate. That's who he is. A lovesick fool who is obsessed with Desi.
This person's
Sent her
useless.
Love letters all of the time.
Would you know where I can find him?
Why would you want to?
Because I want to question him about Miss Lathan's death.
I suppose that makes some sense. All I remember Desi telling me is that he worked at the Bank of Vespuccia, a clerk or some such. Imagine.
Thank you. That's very helpful.
Imagine.
Tell me a little about yourself.
Why, Mr. Fordham, I hardly know you. That said, I'm always open to making new friends.
I think I'm good.
Ooh, watch out, Miles. I think she's getting ready to pounce.
Whoa, compliment her? No.
Thanks for your time. I'll let you get back to your drink.
Fuck that shit.
Thanks, sweetheart.
Yeah, that option can bugger off. Alright, I'm gonna go back to the house, and I think we're gonna call it for tonight. I'm getting quite tired. And
I've managed to survive the wild streets of New Britannia.
Hello.
Hello. Alright, let's get save in. George's newest. There we go. Confirm. Quit to desktop. Nice. Well, I'd say we got a fair amount done. We finished another case. We've started a new one. It's pretty cool. I'm really enjoying this game. It's been really good so far. Having a good old time. Curious to know if there was an achievement for picking the correct thing first time. You know, when picking the what case a detective would take. Told. I have a feeling that yeah, a lot of these achievements are going to be a little bit spoilery, it seems, I think. A little bit spoilery. Enjoying watching this a lot. Oh, nice. One of my favourite things I've watched you play on stream. Oh, nice. Oh, thank you. Yeah, it's been really good so far, and I don't know. There's so many good point-and-click adventure games, and I hope there will be a resurgence at some point. I mean, I feel like it's already in play with it to have a resurgence, because there's so many great new point-and-click adventure games, and also I feel like the accessibility of creating these games is very good, because I think anyone with a good idea at a story could potentially create something like this. Maybe it takes a bit of time. It's not as easy as I think, but I think with enough motivation, we'll not listen to that one. With not enough motivation and with a good story, I think some good games could come out of this genre. Yeah, because there's like a game engine that people use for point and click. Engine apparently makes it just a bit easier to do. It's the one that Wadget Eye uses. Let's have a quick look, because I'm curious now. AGS, Adventure Game Studio. Oh, holy shit. Oh, look at this. I didn't realise, but there's a whole website of it. And they have like a... Ooh, why did it do that? That's weird. Oh, wait, no, it didn't do that. Oh, I see what it's doing. Weird. It's like loads on here. AGS Awards winners. Let's have a look at these. Obsession. That's on my wish list. How did I not know about this website? I knew about the engine. I didn't know this website was actually a thing. Dreams in the Witch House. I think that's also on Steam to buy. The Excavation of Hobbs Barrow. Wait, so can you actually just like flat out just download? Maybe it's like just demos of store. Okay, there's a store. Of course there is. This is really a really cool. Yeah, there's a cat. This is oh, Nightmare Frames. Strange Land. Indiana Jones. Wow. I really wish I would love to create my own point and click adventure game. I think it would be something that I'd love to do one day. See, Lamplight City's there. There you go. 2018 winner. Unavowed. Played that. God, this is so good. There's so many. Holy shit. This is a resource and a half, isn't it? Neo Feud, that's also on the list as well. God damn. Shardlight, Kathy Rain. I think we've found a jackpot here. Hmm. I mean, there's even like categories for short games as well, which it doesn't seem to be doing very well. Oof. Yeah, it's struggling with this a little bit. Isn't the main there, is it? No, 0 dropped frames. What is going on? Oh, the website is struggling. I think it's the website, not me. One more. Search all games. Short games. There we go. Let's see if it does AGS wins. There we go. So I wonder if there's a load of... Oh, wow. I wonder if there's a load of them on here which are just like single session games, you know? Where like just one stream games. This is really cool. We're going through these. Because to be honest, I like the idea of finding smaller niche point and click adventure games as well. And this is an incredible thing. But yeah, as I was saying, like I wish I had a good story in my head to create something like this, because I think with a good story I would have enough motivation to want to do something like this. So that'd be really cool. Imagine doing that. Obviously, like take up a lot of time, but I mean, I'd love to do something like this. Even if it was just like a short game, just like a quick short game that get into something I made whilst streaming, just like dev stream kind of thing. See if I can actually, if I'm actually capable of making something like this. Oh. Food for thought. Food for thought. But yeah, oh man, I'm gonna look through this at some point. It'd be insane, yeah, it would. Of course you would be. Oh. Anyway, I'm gonna leave it there. Thanks everyone for joining. It's been a nice nice session. I look forward to playing some more of this game. It's been a really fun game to play so far. So yeah, really great game to play. Next stream will be tomorrow. Me and Chelsea still need to look into Resident Evil 6. to see that we're actually going to be playing it tomorrow. I'm guessing you're not at your PC now, are you, Chelsea? Not on stream to try and figure it out, but after I finish stream. Anyway, regardless, thanks everyone for joining. I will catch you tomorrow for some more streaming with Chelsea. And yeah, see you next week for some more Lamplight City. I'll catch you guys later. Goodbye. 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 Goodbye.